city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and it is April 30th, YC128. We have Capsuleer Day, we have so much to cover, and I have a new mic. This is the Eve Universe Show! Welcome, 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 guys. I hope, I mean, as far as I know, this mic should sound a lot better than the previous one, so hopefully I can at least stop complaining about the audio. Yeah, new mic. Yeah, hey, what's up, Hobby? And everybody else, welcome, 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 guys. We have so much to cover today. Okay, so today, all right. Look, I know everybody's here to find out about Warpath, and we're going to be covering a lot of that stuff today. However, a couple of things. One, there's a lot of bugs right now, and there's a whole bunch of unknowns. So we can expect, hey, what's up from Ukraine? 07. Good luck out there. We have a lot to cover today, but today is not going to be like, here's your definitive guide to Warpath, because I am not going to pretend like I know everything that is going on to Warpath today. Today is more about, hey, let's figure out all this stuff about Warpath, right? Although I have done a whole bunch of stuff already today. I've spent most of my morning making sure that I'm up to speed with stuff, so I've got a lot to say about all the different stuff. I've talked to some people at CCP to make sure that I understand the bugs that are going on. We're going to cover all that stuff today. However, the problem is that Tuesday and Wednesday, we didn't have quite enough for me to do a full show, and I knew that today was going to be important. So we do have old news or other news, non-Warpath news to cover. So we're going to knock that out, and then we're going to cover what's going on with the lore of this event, right? The New Eden news that came out a couple days ago, plus the previous one, and then the one that came out today, so that we all understand the context of the site of the event. And then when we're done with all of that work, we will actually cover the real event as it actually is in game, the mechanics, the news, the patch notes, etc., etc. So that's the plan, at least for today. Buggy, cool. I'll log in for a reward and then do final. I mean, it's buggy in the sense that most events are buggy when they first release. My point more is that when it comes to bugs, it's hard to, first of all, if I can tell you that something is wrong today, and by tomorrow it'll probably be fixed. And so that's kind of not as useful as far as a big guide to the game goes, or the event goes, because for most of the month that won't be true. But also because of the fact that things are still being hashed out, not all of them are very clear, but I do have as much information as I can about it. The event is absolutely able to be done today. It's not that kind of bug, but bugs, but it's important to know what is and isn't happening if you are going to be trying to do the event today. All right, so it is true, actually, unironically, if you have never played Final Fantasy XIV, everything else aside, I've never been paid by Final Fantasy XIV to say this. I get the memes and stuff, but unironically, Final Fantasy XIV has just come out with a patch that in it also makes it so that the free-to-play has been extended into Shadowbringers. And let me tell you, if you like JRPGs, if you like RPGs, if you like fantasy stories, the arc of Final Fantasy XIV from the beginning all the way to Shadowbringers is by far one of the best stories ever told in a JRPG, and now you can get it all for free. So that is actually true. Not what we were talking about today, but I can't stop talking about how awesome it is that Shadowbringers is now free. That said, we're gonna pin that and walk away for now. If you want more information about that, hit me up and we'll maybe talk about it on the Decanted channel. But in the meantime, we have very important stuff to cover today. We have way too much stuff to cover involving Eve to talk about anything else. Yeah, great game, but Eve. All right, so let us jump into the news that we kind of have to get through before we can talk about anything else. Hold on. I just realized I spent so much time getting things ready, I didn't actually get anything ready, or didn't get the main things ready. Hold on a second. Oop, and oop. All right, great. So the first thing to cover today is Plex for Good is here for good. This is as of 2 days ago. We've talked about, yes, the data sites are hard. I haven't done a data site yet, but one of the goals for today is to actually get an Explorer and go and do the data site. Any rate, so Plex for Good is here for good. We've talked about this before. I actually really, really like the website that they've come out with this now. There's eveonline.com/Plex for Good. And in it, they actually show the full timeline of all, it's reversed. So you have to go to the bottom and work your way up. Here's the full timeline of all of the different times that CCP has done Plex for Good. Like in 2005, they raised 25,000. In 2010, they raised 50,000. In later in 2010, same year, they raised another 40,000. And then in 2011, they raised 45,000. In 2011, they raised 32,000. In 2013, this is when things start to really pick up when it came to the Plex for Good stuff. I remember this was like one of the first main ones they did that like people got rewarded for and all that stuff, and it was like structured. So 190,000, huge. And then in 2015, we have the earthquake in Nepal at 103,000, the bushfires in Australia, which was 101,000, and then the COVID-19, 135,000. The war in Ukraine was $501,000 raised, which is huge. And then, of course, earthquakes in 2023, 26,000. So what is happening now? Plex for Good is a system in which people can trade in their Plex, right? Because to us, Plex is not worth cash. It's only worth in-game money or in-game resources. But of course, CCP, it's cash, right? People can use Plex in order to fund their account. People bought Plex with cash. So to CCP's books, Plex and cash are very, very tightly linked. And so, 15 or 500 Plex for them is worth about, depending on how you do the math, 15 or 20, somewhere between $15 to $25, depending on discounts and blah, 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 blah. So every single time you Plex your account with 500 Plex, you basically, like, CCP received the $25 for that Plex ahead of time, but like that money isn't realized until you activate the Plex and when it's used within the game, and therefore CCP no longer have to worry about somebody using it later, right? So the thing is that this Plex, which to CCP is worth real money, if you contract it to a specific character, which should be the Plex for Good character, which, by the way, attempting to do any shenanigans around that character is a very quick way to get banned and never forgiven by anyone within the community ever. So, there's a process, but you donate your Plex, right? Which I think now they do it a little bit more officially, right? Yeah, you can log in here to do your Plex donations directly, so it's no longer through this contract system. But the point is that you give them your Plex, and then they donate that money, that Plex worth of real life money to the charity. Okay. And as we saw, there's been various charities in the past, but they've always been very constrained, and CCP are incredibly, like, they focus a lot on the due diligence of this program. It's why up until this point, it's only been in very isolated pockets for very specific causes, et cetera, et cetera. Because they also come under a lot of scrutiny for this too. Every time that they do this, player base wants to criticize or scrutinize whatever foundation or project that they are putting their money to, with good reason, right? We've got lots of history of these sorts of charitable foundations being abused. There's a whole lot of angst. These charitable foundations are really, really valuable, but at the same time, they are open to abuse, and we as EVE Online players understand both of those things. And so, we're very critical to CCP about what they do and do not choose to support. So to that end, they have announced that they're going to do this is now a permanently opened thing. Okay. And as of right now, there are 2 foundations that it's part of. Okay. So let's just go ahead and start reading and see what we got into it. In addition to being a place for fun and adventure, New Eden brings amazing people together to do great things. Capsuleers in distant star systems have on multiple occasions banded together to raise money for worthy cause through Plex for Good. It is back, and this time it's here for good. That's right. It will remain open forever. Well, we'll see about that. New page is now up, making it easier than ever to make a Plex donation. You simply need to log into your account, have at least one Plex on your vault, and at least one active character. To begin with, Plex for Good will partner with 2 charitable organizations, Players vs. Cancer and ICESAR. So we have Players vs. Cancer, which is a pretty significant, charity that's been working with gamers. This idea of like gamers wanting to do charity stuff is like obviously nothing new. This is a very great thing about the gaming culture that we have. And so, to that end, there's been charities that have now risen up explicitly to interact with that engagement. We've done stuff before with there's that old one where it was like something about play. Either way, the point is that these kinds of programs create. Yeah, I know ICE is really unfortunate, right? But like Icelandic, right? So Players vs. Cancer is a very big organization. I didn't actually know very much about it. We see here Players vs. Cancer brings gamers and streamers together to raise awareness and funds to life-saving cancer research with a shared goal of ending cancer once and for all. Their fundraising efforts benefit the AACR, American Association for Cancer Research. More information and progress made in the last year and what's still left to do can be seen at their executive summary. So we can come here and they have all of the information about this charity, how it all works, how it all breaks down, et cetera, et cetera. And then on top of that, CCP is, of course, an Icelandic company. And so they like to, be a cultural value to their own community as well. So a lot of these charities and fundraisers that they like to do, especially at things like FanFest, tend to tie into Icelandic, support. And so to that end, we have ICESAR, which is the Icelandic Search and Rescue Program, which you can, hold on a second. Which the key here, so it says Icelandic search and rescue teams are powerful volunteers who answer around 1,800 calls a year and put it all on the line in one of the most hostile landscapes of Earth. They also lend their assistance across the globe, and were among the first foreign rescue teams to be on the ground following the 2010 earthquakes in Haiti, among other things. The whole operation is run on donations and volunteer work. They're looking for new rescue ships now to go out there where no one else will. Your Plex can help contribute to these new vessels. And if we live in trying times, things like this is going to be really, really important. So the key here is, and they say, moving forward, we will extend this generosity network to include more charitable organizations, including international partners. So this is just the start. And this is a really interesting note here. What's the thing that I think is important as like an analysis to this is this feels very much like I hate to say it this way because it's going to come across the wrong way to people that don't know the industry, but like it's a minimum viable product of this program, right? Like if you're going to have a long-term Plex program, you need to have at least 2 choices, because a big piece of this is that when people contribute to Plex for Good, it says right here, to begin with Plex for Good, you can choose which one to donate to or divide between both. So if you, for some reason, just like don't want to support an Icelandic program, or you're concerned about the name ICE or something, you can choose not to give it to them. If you don't trust the American Association for Cancer Research, you can choose not to give to them. So you, as CCP has done their due diligence and they've given us 2 options, and you can choose either one of those options. That's like the minimum version of this program, right? Because you've got to have a choice in order for this to the whole point of this thing is to have multiple programs for them to be able to choose to within your donation. So when you're setting it up, it's like, okay, well, a user can choose which donation they want to make or which program they want to donate to. We need to have at least 2 choices for that. So this is kind of the minimum structure for what is required to do this kind of thing. And then from here, they can add and remove programs as they see fit, which is pretty cool. I'm not going to walk through the whole process right now because I don't know whether or not it's going to expose any of my information. Buffering audio silence moments, only you. I hope it's not only you. I don't see anything wrong on my side. Stream health. Yeah, I'm seeing everything is fine. I am not doing a giveaway today. Oh, shit, I said I was going to. Uh-oh. That's right. I have keys. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me set this up now. Shoot. I should have done this before. I've had so much more stuff to focus on today. I apologize, but give me a second. I will set up the giveaway for the game that Morcar gave me to give away. I should. Oh my god. I can't believe. Oh, I'm trying to keep up. It's okay. We're okay. Everything's okay. Hold on. We're going to be here for a while, something tells me today. So, settle in, guys. We've got a lot to cover today. Okay, so we've got 2 games, Rebel Galaxy and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. So we will do... Should we do both today? We should just do both today. At some point, I'm going to get my stuff together and maybe do these giveaways only for, you know, supporters. But in the meantime, everybody gets to win. If you want to become a supporter, you can get a t-shirt like this one that says software developer not equal tech support, or, you know, become a member, patron, etc., etc. Let me pull up this. Come on, CloudBot, let's go. Don't you need a new headset or something? I remember you saying. Well, I just got the new mic. The last episode that we did, I had to use my headset mic. I did have to get a new set. I've actually had to replace my camera, my headset, and my mic within the last couple of months. So I've been on a shoestring budget because I basically, this stream doesn't make me a ton of money. It makes me basically a hobbyist amount of money. So, you know, but you guys need good audio. You guys need good stuff. So I'm trying to commit to doing that. What is happening? Hold on. Why is Streamlabs being dumb and not... I'm gonna give up on this quickly and then... Oh, here we go. Edit. Rebel Galaxy full code. Now, I'm going to just double check this before we get too deep into this. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I'm pretty sure I heard that the two games are separate. Like Outlaw is a standalone game. Is that correct? Yes. Right. Okay, so we'll do both codes for Rebel Galaxy and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. Whoever wins will get to the first winner will be able to pick whichever one they want. The second winner will get the one that's left. So that is now active. Okay, great. So while that's going on, back to Plex for Good. I am very hyped. We've got so much. There's so much to cover with this patch. I'm trying to like get through the extra stuff first. So okay, great. So as a thank you for your donation, you'll receive one set of the new Humanitarian Sisters of Eve T-shirts, as well as any donation made between the 28th and the 5th will earn you. Any donation made between the 28th and the 5th will give you that apparel. So apparently after the 5th, you'll still be able to donate, but you won't necessarily get the apparel. Also, and this is actually like unironically big for those of you who were just like zoned out for a little bit. There's also a limited time sale in the New Eden store featuring the Emergency Response Squad skins. These are incredibly popular skins and are not necessarily guaranteed to. I think this is only the 3rd time that they've made them available. And so let's look at that real quick, because these skins are pretty cool. They are. Whoa. I clicked back into Eve and my chat channels completely like not only exploded, but like my chat window closed. That was so weird. Anyway, there's actually multiple faction mods. Wow, okay, so yeah, they've changed the background and everything. These are really pretty. So these skins are very cool. Oh no, these are the police skins. I'm sorry. So on top of that, we're going to get to the police skins in a little bit. We have the emergency responder skins, and these are emergency responder skins are for the Tech 2 frigate and destroyer Logi. Okay, so these aren't the Tech 1 ones. The Tech 1 version is like a it's like a fire truck. That's the one that goes map, map, when you enter and exit warp. The Tech 2 ones are closer to being like a proper medical ship, and has some pretty cool effects. Uh-oh, will I not be able to find it on this one? Let's go find the Guardian. The main one I like is like the Guardian has this little capacitor logo on the side. It just looks very pretty and looks very medical, and has this like heartbeat on the side, and etc. There isn't anything too special, like the capacitor doesn't show you your real capacitor or anything like that, because these are very old skins comparison to others. But these are very rare at this point, and most Logi pilots love to have these skins. And like I said, I think this is only the third time, maybe only the second time they've ever been available. So if you are interested yet, yeah, no, I've looked at the stats already, but we'll look at that in a minute, or later. Very cool skin if you're looking for those. And then of course the police skins, which are far more commonly done, but they're also on sale right now. So there's that. Hey, thank you so much, 07. We are all Capsuleers. Okay. Yeah, they're very trauma team coded for sure. They are actually one of the first fancy skins to have ever come out. Which is why, like, they are fancy, but they're not that fancy. But either way. By the way, we are just outside of the Manifest Gate, which is still offline. I just came here because I wanted to show off the new structure that's near it. We can come down here. Oops. We can come down over here. This is one of the new structures that have been built outside of the gate. I've never identified this. I've never seen this before. I don't know if it's going to be useful in the long run or if it's just for show. But you can see that the entire site has definitely like escalated in its advantage. I obviously, like, my prediction was that Manifest was going to be part of this event. I still strongly believe that at some point during this event it will include Manifest. Especially when they've said some things like there's a bug report about things going through Manifest that they would, I don't know. Something tells me that around FanFest, which is in 2 weeks now, we should probably be able to see the inside of Manifest, but we'll see for sure. Obviously it's not open yet, but there are a lot of new construction around here. Gunstar's right next to it, like it's some sort of gate. I mean, it looks like it's maybe like a gate, but it looks more like a checkpoint or like a customs office of some kind. Like a management suite, because there's the gate over there. Here's the gate. That's the gate. Curious if the cloud effects in the new sites are just a skybox or something you can fly into. I didn't check, but we can look at when we get in there. Okay. So Plex for Good, very good stuff. Now is live. You can participate if you want. Participate before the 5th in order to get a shirt. And the other thing is you can pick up these skins, which are usually pretty valuable and pretty in high desire by Logi pilots, new and old. And that's it. For each 12-month period Plex for Good campaign is run, CCP will donate an equivalent cash amount of Plex donated to its charitable partners, up to a maximum total of 200,000 US, after which no further donations will be made under this campaign until the next 12-month period. I assume that they'll just shut down the system. We may amend, suspend, or end the campaign at any time, and the charitable partners' acceptance of funds does not imply any endorsement or partnership with us. Participation is not a charitable donation by you for tax purposes, and CCP shall be the donor of record. Okay, great. Cool. Speaking of CCP and money, yes, the new NPCs do look like player ships, which is interesting. I don't know if that's a mistake or not. Okay, so speaking of Plex for Good, or speaking of CCP and money, I should say, the other thing I'm going to talk about today, simply because if I don't, I think people would probably get mad at me for it, is apparently EVE Online has been sold. CCP has purchased, or else CCP has been sold by Pearl Abyss. So what happened was, a few years ago, I think back in 2019, 2020 era, I think 2019, Pearl Abyss, which is the main makers of Black Desert Online and now Crimson Desert and whatnot, they purchased CCP Games. Now, the first piece of confusion in all of this is that you're going to see this big number that comes up, $425 million. The thing about that was that number, and oof, you should watch the Oz report for the best analysis of this. Anything Oz says, I'm wrong, he's right. I'm just saying that right now when it comes to this particular thing. But from my understanding, the $425 million that was part of the initial package was predicated upon certain goals being hit. And my understanding is, in the reality of it, those goals were not hit. And so the overall eventual deal did not actually amount to $425 million. That was like the highest that it possibly could be. Yeah, I see $225 million was about what I'd seen as a previous number as like the base level. But the point is that this number is in fact wrong. However, the rest of this article is at least seems to be correct. So Pearl Abyss had purchased CCP Games in 2019. At that time, it made a lot of sense because Pearl Abyss, Black Desert Online was far more popular than EVE Online, but far less like actually doing what EVE Online does as good as EVE Online, if that makes sense. And so, it made a lot of synergy between the two. And I think that overall, the relationship has been very good for CCP for EVE Online rather. Prior to this change, CCP was always kind of struggling with finances, and this led to several different problems throughout the year, including massive layoffs that had to happen at several different occasions, killing off the community team at least twice. And CCP has this problem where they have this one product, which is good, but like that's not very stable. That puts them at the vulnerability of us, the particular fans of this one particular game. And so as a company, it's very good for them to kind of diversify. And so they always try to do this with things like the shooter and other projects. And, obviously the player base always is resistant to these things. So there's always been kind of like this problem with money, especially after Incarna and past that, right? 2011, 2012 and on. And so 2019, Pearl Abyss picks up CCP. This was seen as like this big, like, life send to the whole thing. And this is what led to a lot of analysis of like the game as a whole and how to make the game better and using better metrics to understand the game. So we get things like word deck changes, scarcity, all these different things where CCP is trying to like set up the game now that they're not having to worry about like absolute retention at all times. They can have more long-term projects. They can lose some retention now for the benefits of gaining more retention later. They made a lot of significant changes to the game. And the thing is that as much as players like to give crap about it, overall, while Black Desert Online and the other Pearl Abyss products were usually bigger cash cows than EVE Online and CCP was by far the more consistent one. Every single time, you watch Oz reports or whatever, the quarterly reports from Pearl Abyss, you'll see that like Black Desert and other Pearl Abyss projects are faltering and EVE Online and CCP products are going strong, right? And that kind of culminates apparently. So earlier this year, we got rumors that that Pearl Abyss was looking to sell CCP, but nothing more than rumors. We had no information about any prospective buyers or anything like that. It was just like a couple of news agencies were reporting that Pearl Abyss was allegedly attempting to sell CCP. But there was no confirmations about this. There was no further evidence about this. There was no further talks about this. It was very, very quiet until today. As of today, it would seem, according to everything I can understand, basically what has happened is that Pearl Abyss and CCP Games have decided that they will function better as independent companies. So to that end, Hilmar, and I assume like CCP Games as an entity or whatever, or maybe Hilmar as a person, I don't know how much money he has, paid Pearl Abyss $120 million basically to split off. So it wasn't that that Pearl Abyss sold CCP to a different company. Like they didn't get sold to like an investment firm, which would be very, very bad. Instead, it was actually more like CCP bought back their independence from Pearl Abyss, which is kind of interesting because like I never really saw Pearl Abyss as being that much of a factor to their overall development. But I assume I'm gonna just guess that with Crimson Desert being as like, I'm just gonna go with controversial as it is, that might have weakened Pearl Abyss's position and allow CCP to basically buy their independence back. So basically, CCP Games is now a fully private company again, and in a much, in my opinion, stronger position than it was in 2019. Where this is going to go from here, who knows? Does this affect any of the projects that we know of? I doubt it. But you know, CCP has proven the ability to function as an independent company. So I guess best of luck to them. Also, yes, I love the joke that like CCP Hilmar was like, "Hey, I want to make a book out of my player's blood," and Pearl Abyss was like, "Yeah, that's really weird. Don't do that." And like Hilmar was like, "Okay, how much money would it cost to let me do that?" Yeah, Pearl Abyss was fine, but I can't interpret CCP becoming independent again as anything besides like a good sign, right? So either way, that is, I think that's it for the necessary stuff that I had to cover before jumping into the event. It is a Jita buyback scam. It is really funny that basically, even under the best of estimates, it would seem that CCP managed to pay half as much as they got paid. So, I mean, I assume that means that Pearl Abyss... I actually, you know what? I don't even know how this business stuff goes. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign or what the hell this means. I do know that Pearl Abyss did help CCP get out of a really tight hole, especially after the whole debacle with White Wolf Studios and like Vampire the Masquerade. But yeah, no, we have not covered any of that stuff yet. We got development costs covered for 2 different projects. Hey, you know. Okay, so next, what we're going to cover now is we're going to do the lore. Okay, so I'm actually got all 3 New Eden news. We're going to cover all 3 of them, both the one that we already did from last week and then the Tuesday one and today's, just so that we can understand the full plot of what is going on. And then we'll cut that up. Yeah, Frontiers is a totally separate financial track. I mean, if you want to think about projects, you're talking about Vanguard, EVE Online, technically EVE Galaxy Conquest. Those are, I think, those are the 3 major products that CCP themselves produce right now. Yeah, it'd be basically EVE Online and EVE Vanguard. Okay, so EVE Galaxy Conquest is, I mean, it's technically not dead, and it is technically run by CCP, but it's basically a subsidiary of CCP because it's CCP China, CCP Shanghai. Project Nova is Vanguard. Wait, what are we talking about? Why are we talking about 2 projects? Was there words about 2 projects? Nope. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Greetings, fellow Empyreans. I am Ashtarothi, the voice of New Eden, and this is your New Eden news, starting from April 21st all the way through today, as of this recording, April 30th, YC128. We're going to start at the beginning and work our way through all 3 of these news articles and do some analysis. Let's jump in with Gates into Jita damaged as tension between empires rise. Disaster at gates surrounding Jeddah. A catastrophic hyperspace incident has damaged all 7 stargates leading into Jeddah. Space-time fractures, similar to those witnessed inside of fractured fields, simultaneously opened around the gates, resulting in significant damage to their structure. The majority of operational staff and maintenance workers stationed at the gates at the time were killed instantly by either the damage done to the gates or the massive bursts of radiation released as the fractures formed. Many others were badly injured, and some are expected to begin displaying signs of fatal radiation sickness in the weeks to come. The final death toll is expected to be in the thousands. The gate remains operational despite their damaged status. The radiation, thought initially fatal, has already begun to disperse throughout space. As it disperses, it has already become visible to nearby stars as it moves faster than light through the Drifter hyperspace network. At this time, only extreme long-term exposure is likely to result in any negative effects. This does, however, make any immediate repairs impossible. Even repair drones are likely to malfunction as long-term exposure, making it only possible to perform essential operational maintenance at this time. The Caldari state has placed emergency measures on Jeddah residents, while their investigation into the cause of the incident is underway. These restrictions have put pressure on already busy emergency response teams. Additional support has been accepted from Evermore, who are providing aid from their Paragon Fulfillment Center inside Jeddah. Caldari State promises retribution. The Caldari State has responded quickly by launching a full investigation and placing all Caldari Navy bases on highest level of alert. An emergency session of the Caldari State's governing body, the Chief Executive Panel, was held behind closed doors. Following the session's conclusion, all 8 members and CEOs of the Caldari megacorporations appear before crowds gathered in landfall on New Caldari Prime. Above them, the green aura of the fracture radiation from nearby star systems was already visible in the night sky. CEP Chairman Akimakasaraki spoke on the panel's behalf, lamenting the, quote, devastating shock of this terrible tragedy, end quote. He began by wishing the families and corporations of all those who died at the gates, quote, resilience in the face of this unprovoked attack, end quote. He went on to clarify the CEP's position in a speech that has shocked New Eden's political establishment. Quote, I call this an attack because that is what it is. It is not an incident. I spit the word out because it offends my mouth. Have no doubt, this was a deliberate and strategic assault on the Caldari state by subversive forces, both inside Jeddah and beyond the limits of our state. But hear my words. There will be no limits to our retribution. For some time now, the House of Records and Caldari Business Tribunal have been investigating what they believe to be a conventional financial corruption operating out of Jeddah, but impacting the entire state. Due to the specialist analysis of our research teams in the Complex IRI and the aftermath of today's attack, we can now reveal that this financial corruption was actually a high-tech extortion executed via the manipulation of the Drifter Hyperspace Network's data transfer capabilities. It was the experimental use of this improperly understood technology that resulted in today's disaster. We can also confirm that this theft has been enabled by the treachery of members of the Intaki Syndicate, but we have followed the money, and their benefactors are none other than the Galente Federation. This was the reason for the hyperspace manipulation that is still ongoing in the space surrounding Jeddah. Drifter Hyperspace Network experimentation is only available to the Drifter wormhole occupiers, not the Galente Federation. So we must conclude that these criminal actions also require a third party, either the Minmatar Republic, the Amar Empire, the Triglavians, or Edencom. This attempt to manipulate Caldari State's economy and the resulting tragedy are war crimes. We call upon Concord to take immediate punitive action against the Galente and offer unmitigated support to our own investigations, or else we will be forced to take matters into our own hands. End quote. Galente president denies accusation. The Jeddah Gate incident has overshadowed today's inauguration on Galente Prime. Some question if the event should be delayed, but the new president, Alex Moreau, opted to go ahead despite the possible diplomatic fallout. Quote, while I feel sorrow for those innocents harmed in this terrible disaster, it is not possible for me to resolve any coming crisis unless I have been sworn in, end quote. Moreau and the Federation administration has rejected Chairman Saraki's claims outright, denying any involvement in hyperspace network manipulation or the formation of fractures around the gates into Jeddah. Sources within the Federation Senate has told the Scope that many are assuming that the chairman's statement was an attempt by the CEP to manipulate the incident into an excuse for warmongering. Following Moreau's election victory over the aggressive Rodin and veteran Tenzin, concerns have been raised by the more hawkish members of the Senate that their new president may lack the experience necessary to command the Federation's military. With the Caldari State's call for punitive action, there's fear that they will attempt to strike while the military's inexperienced leader still gains their bearings. Moreau has assured the Federation that, quote, I am ready to do every part of this job, and that includes unraveling the complexities of the war should it come to that. I hope that we can avoid this outcome, but should it be prove inevitable, the continuation of our great democratic experiment remains paramount, end quote. Yes, we have investigated the situation. Any chance of our responsibility in it? we are not responsible. It's our enemies. Conflict ripples out to Amar and Minmatar. The Tribal Council in Minmatar Republic has co-signed a statement by Samatar Malatu Shakur rejecting his suggestion of involvement in today's tragedy. The statement makes it clear that, quote, the Republic is saddened to hear of the terrible incidents surrounding Jeddah, end quote, while categorically denying, quote, any suggestion of collusion or involvement in the disaster, end quote. Brutor Chief Wukumi Pol and Crusoral Chief Daikin has gone beyond the limits of this statement to point fingers at the Amar Empire. Quote, the Amar economy has been suffering as they attempt to keep step with recent Republic advances, Chief Pol told the reporters, quote, we remember Turner and their reckless abuse of technology and the endless lust for power. We are watching the empires very closely as always. The Republic must be certain that no similar tragedy can occur here, end quote. The Amar Empress Cadis I has similarly cast blame on the Republic, stating that the Republic's, quote, suspiciously good fortunes coincidentally began within the same period of this supposed financial espionage, end quote. She added that, quote, the Empire is not intimidated by the Republic's endless posturing. Perhaps it is time that they were reminded of that, end quote. Tensions have been ratcheting up between the two nations since the Republic began to increase its military spending back in February. As the rhetoric between the major factions of New Eden turns even more hostile, there are fears that this limited avenues of diplomacy between them may soon collapse. Concord Director Panjaya Pukasuo has vowed to step in and try to negotiate between the aggrieved parties personally, while assuring the public that, quote, Concord protocols prohibit serious misconduct outside of the limits of designated war zones. While those hold, so does a path to stability. Well, we'll see if those hold. Let's jump into the next one. So this is just so we remember, this is from last week. Okay, this is the Jeddah Stargate attack. You can see more analysis from that in the last video, but we're going to jump into the next part, which is from the 28th. So 2 days ago, as of this recording, Jeddah citizens protest state response to Kasi to negotiate. Residents groups in Jeddah have begun calling for an end to state control. This comes in response to new security restrictions brought into effect after the recent gate tragedy. The aggrieved residents of Jeddah claim that the new restrictions are causing unnecessary hardship and that the state control is no longer in their best interest. The ongoing hyperspace manipulation taking place in the system has been redirecting fees and taxes that normally would be paid to the Caldari state, instead diverting them to what the Chief Executive Panel believes are the Galente-controlled accounts. This has turned the Caldari's most profitable system into a significant liability. To isolate this problem, the Caldari state has brought in curfews, additional security checks, regular stop and search programs, and, most notably, tighter border controls. These border controls have slowed the flow of essential supplies into the system, which has already led to shortages of medical supplies in some of Jeddah's planets. In response, there have been protests across the planets of Jeddah, with protesters shouting slogans calling for an end to state control. The Caldari Navy has been quick to shut these protests down. According to Jeddah residents, this has included the use of excessive force against civilian targets. The Caldari Navy, however, insists that only proportional, non-lethal methods have been deployed. Chairman Akimaka Saraki has called on citizens to show, quote, fortitude in the face of these restrictions, end quote, calling them a, quote, temporary necessity to guarantee state security and economic stability, end quote. However, as Jeddah is the New Eden's biggest interstellar trade hub, many who call Jeddah home are not Caldari born, and a large number of them are not even Caldari citizens. According to recent survey data, even those who are Caldari citizens are atypical within the state. When asked to rank how they identified, the majority saw themselves as people of Jeddah first and Caldari second. This attitude is incredibly rare within the state. The current crisis marks the first time that these two identities have come into conflict over a major political incident. To avoid any further unrest, the CEP has asked Evermore President Alexander Ducasi to act as an arbitrator between the state and Jeddah's residents. Evermore's Paragon Corporation controls the only non-Caldari station in the system, and Evermore has been an active part in the Jeddah community. Chairman Saraki met with Ducasi in Jeddah to discuss the residents' needs. Zaraki told the Scope that, quote, the disparate identities of those restless elements within Jita require complex negotiations. My first priority right now, as all honorable Caldari should be, is to bring about justice for those harmed by the attacks on our gates. We have been assured that these dissidents, that they would be happy to be represented by Ducasi. As a man who understands the complex economic matters, I'm sure that this will allow for a swift resolution so that we can give our full attention to the total security of all Caldari, end quote. Ducasi has expressed his, quote, gratitude for the chairman for doing the honor of allowing me to speak on behalf of a community I feel so connected to. Jita is the heart of trade in New Eden and must be protected to ensure a prosperous future for us all. News in brief. IMN reports on remote communities without medical support due to state restrictions. Sylphie and Diablo summoned to New Caldari for inquest into Intaki Syndicate involvement in gate disaster. Inner Circle diplomatic emergency session ends early as all involved parties walk out. President Moreau calls on Caldari to publish evidence of Federation involvement in attacks. Concord to oversee Jita negotiations promises to guarantee a fair resolution. Mercenary pilots negotiate open contracts with major faction militaries as tension rise. Service on Faith and Fortitude held throughout Amar border systems. Republic Fleet holds local meetings with clan leaders to coordinate defense strategies. Air promises to protect exordium projects from threat of rising conflicts. So this is the 28th. So this is 2 days before, what is it called? Warpath begins. And I'm just going to touch on a couple things before we move on to the last piece. I'm glad that they found an angle to make this more interesting than everyone just went to war. This is actually really interesting for a couple things. First of all, we have been this whole thing about will Intaki become independent of Gallente has been this focus of the lore and the discussion on and off since really kind of ever. I mean, I've talked about Intaki and the story about Intaki many, many times. 2012 was a big time for them. 2018 was a big time for them. 2020 was a big time. 2022 was, of course, when Cel-Sagard takes back. Was it 2021 or 2022? Either way, Cel-Sagard takes Intaki off the war zone for the purposes of the Gallente. This, of course, is a very controversial thing. We had a new president get elected who was part of the Intaki Autonomous. So this whole idea of well, what happens if Intaki becomes independent? We've had our focus on that for so long. Nobody thought to ask, well, what if it's a 1-for-1, right? What if Intaki gets to go independent, but at the same time, Jita also becomes independent because Jita is now bigger than the state. But there's another piece to all of this, and I'm not going to go too deep into the tinfoil here because we've got just too much to cover today. But if you want me to, please leave a comment down below or whatever. Let me know whether or not we should dig into this further. But there's a huge conspiracy theory where, so we have, what I will say is we have Akimaka Saraki, who is he comes from the Mountain faction, and he comes from the Mountain he has been part of this alliance between the Mountain faction and the Ocean faction versus the Forest faction. We were talking the last couple of weeks, I had the tinfoil episodes, and we look at Lai-Dai and Ishikone in particular, where their rivalry kind of goes throughout time. And so, a lot of the political realignment that happened in the Caldari from 2020 onward can be seen as a rivalry between Lai-Dai and Ishikone and their various allies kind of shifting around. And part of that was Kalikyoto and Sugavesta, which I think Sugavesta used to be an ally of Lai-Dai, or was it the other way around? Either way, the point is that with that realignment, the Mountain faction sided with the Ocean faction. Akimaka Saraki became in charge. And one of the things that happens is we start to see things that benefit Lai-Dai become reduced and things that benefit Ishikone become enhanced. And one of the biggest things that Lai-Dai and their friends make money off of was the Jita 4.4 renovations and the Hypernet network. And so that Jita is a massive cash cow for Lai-Dai, and they have been accused multiple times of malfeasance when it comes to the finances there. The Guristas have often been used, probably by the Ishikone, in order to expose corrupt intent by Lai-Dai and their allies, and this feels like it could be still tied to that. We also see, when we looked at it, Air Laboratories, in the same year that Air Laboratories comes into play, major funding for Edencom, which Edencom ships and equipment is built by Upwell, which is supported deeply by Lydai and the Forest faction. And so when a bunch of money gets shifted from Concord to Air is a project that's being built by Ishikone. So this ended up being a really good opportunity for money to go away from projects that funnel into the Ocean faction, Forest faction, and towards projects that funnel towards the Ocean faction and the Mountain faction. So what does this have to do with Alexander Ducasi? Well, one of the fun things about this is that while both Ishikone and Lydai have strong support within the Amar, Lydai by far have the most support within the Amar, especially Khanid, right? But that's historical. The thing about Alexander Ducasi is that there's a whole bunch of shenanigans around how he came to power, right? There is a whole thing going around the stellar transmuters. Interbus was under fire because they were getting involved they were trying to get involved in the rescue efforts. Amar was was trying to block that. There's a big argument in Ulai about it, and then suddenly the head of Interbus has a heart attack and dies. And within a couple of days, they're prepared to put up a new leader who's chosen by the son of the old leader, and that guy immediately restructures Interbus into Evermore and releases his new AI assistant, who I would assume clearly represents something that was already prepared before this all happens. So if you're going to say that there's some sort of conspiracy theory between Ducasi and all of this, realize that Ducasi's entire existence as the head of Evermore, and Evermore's existence at all, likely came from some sort of shenanigans. And if it did, it was explicitly the Amar that would have been the ones targeted by that shenanigans. So you combine that with the fact that Akimaka Saraki, as part of the Mountain Ocean faction alliance, are trying to weaken the Forest faction. It seems very convenient that reducing the access of Caldari state contracts and money to Jita specifically hurts Lydai. And it seems suspicious that Ducasi and Saraki are teaming up in order to blame the Gallente, who are obviously not capable of making this kind of attack. And at this point, one of the leading cases for who might be involved in this, it could be the Amar, right? If the Amar were the secret, if this is a secret project between Saraki and maybe some of the Amarian people, you could definitely see where this could just be this giant, operation in order to weaken Lydai and their allies and support the Ocean and Mountain faction. But either way, that's a whole bunch of tinfoil. We're just going to lay that on the table and walk away from it at the moment. Couple things. One, IMN. IMN is the Interstellar Media Network, which is the media network created by Evermore. So once again, this is Ducasi reports. So Ducasi, who's negotiating in all of this, his news agency is specifically looking at the pain points of this event, right? Almost trying to make the managers of Jita, i.e. Forest faction, look bad, right? We've seen a bunch of stuff. One of the other things that's really, really important about this Stargate event is that if we go... now I don't remember exactly which one it is. But I said I was going to be fast, and I'm failing to be. But boo! No, I'm gonna. It's too far back. So basically, there was about a month ago or so. There was some people from the Intaki Syndicate that were arrested for tampering with Jita's Stargates. So this means, first of all, that means that the tampering must have done something, probably is somehow connected. Those guys got arrested, tried, and so far the Syndicate has tried to distance themselves from those people. But obviously the accusation is that these are all connected, right? And so we see Sylphie and Diablo, who is the head of the Intaki Syndicate, being summoned to New Caldari in order to talk about this. Remember that the Syndicate, so when Gallente took Intaki, This freaked out the Yantey Syndicate, and so the Yantey Syndicate made a deal with the Caldari, giving Caldari a whole constellation within the Syndicate to function as like a buffer state between the Federation and the Syndicate, with fears that Gallente were going to take their whole Syndicate next after they took the Yantey. So the Yantey Syndicate and the Caldari have arguably had really good relationships for the last few years, although we haven't heard very much about it. But this is clearly that entire situation has collapsed. Laying it on the table and walking away from it. I can never walk away from it. The Inner Circle diplomatic session ends early as all parties walk out. Things are bad. Things are going to get worse. The new president is demanding that the Caldari actually publish the evidence behind their claims. Good choice for her. Hold on a second. Let me see if I can. I don't know. Make the guinea pigs a little bit more visible. Either way, mercenary pilots negotiate open contracts. This is kind of what justifies the amount of conflict there is, because the enemies in the rats in the sites are mercenaries, not Empire, like direct Empire navies. This is just more like there's been build up between the Amarr and Minmatar for quite some time. Same with this, and then this is kind of a throwaway saying that Exordium, Exordium continues to grow. Moreau's response has been one of an exceptionally level-headed leader. Yeah, and also a leader with very little information right now. But yeah. Okay, so this was, again, 2 days ago, which leads us to today. Warpath protocol failure brings war to HiSec. Empire conflicts escalates to HiSec as Concord protocols fail. Concord's war response protocol has been disabled, allowing the ongoing conflicts between its member factions to spread from designated war zones into high-security space. The protocol failure was the result of a cyber attack of unprecedented complexity. The source is not currently known, but the attack was tagged Warpath by its perpetrator. Within minutes of the protocols being disabled, invading forces were spotted across HiSec. Attacks have been made by the Amarr inside of Republic space, Caldari inside of Federation space, Gallente inside of state space, and Minmatar inside of Imperial space. The rapidity with which these attacks began has made it impossible to determine which force struck first. All four nations embroiled in what it was dubbed the Warpath conflict are opening up additional mercenary opportunities. Quartermaster traders in strategic locations have been made available to mercenary forces as each faction attempts to find an edge over its rival. Warpath under investigation. According to Concord's cybersecurity team, Warpath is a precise attack on Concord's response protocols. This is markedly different from Concord's system failure of YC110, which caused the destruction of Concord's bureau station in Ulai. While that event caused a general blackout, Warpath is far more targeted. The operational details of Concord's alert systems are highly classified, but it is known to be based on a wide range of sensory data that is then automatically analyzed, prompting a response. Warpath has disabled that analysis specifically in regions to large-scale maneuvers specifically in relation to large-scale maneuvers made by any one of the four empires. So note, this does not mean Concord's turned off for the event. Warpath's origin remains unclear. The attack has been proven to be extremely adaptive in response to countermeasures, allowing all to outmaneuver Concord's technical experts. The only clue to the identity of the attack's origins is a single line printed across all impacted terminals at the moment of the initial attack. Warpath, a gift, dear empires. After all, toys are meant to be played with. The Concord Directive Intelligence Agency, CDIA, Director Tobias Gulsur has assured Concord that the investigation remains ongoing, and assured the scope that, quote, "We will not rest until the perpetrator is found and peace returns to HiSec," end quote. Concord response analyzed by experts. To understand Concord's response to the Warpath conflict, the scope has sat down with military analysts and former Concord member who chooses to remain anonymous. According to this analyst, Concord's war protocols maintain peace by disincentivizing a first strike. If any single nation deploys a fleet into enemy territory beyond their designated war zone, the protocols alert Concord so that they can quickly confront the aggressor. However, with the protocols disabled, Concord's only military recourse would be to arrive late to multiple ongoing battles. According to our contact, such an action by Concord's peacekeeping force would turn the two ongoing wars into a single five-way conflict between Concord and its backing nations. Despite Concord's significant fleet strength, it would struggle to secure victory in an all-out war with all four militaries. And even if it did, that victory would come at a cost of life far greater than the conflict it is intervening in. This may explain why, instead of trying to enforce conflict limitations, Concord is attempting to reignite diplomacy between the empires. Recent tensions between the empires have already led to concern within Concord before today's event. A session of the Inner Circle was held earlier this week, but ended prematurely when the negotiations broke down. Head of Inner Circle, Ares Angire, has assured the scope that, quote, the path to peace is rarely easy, but it is a road worth walking. I am dedicated to a return to normal as soon as possible. News in brief. Intelligence infrastructure quickly established by invading forces as warpath conflict begins. Caldari State increases military output in perimeter, and Kakiela and Jita restrictions remain. Ancient Starkmanir space combat strategies gain popularity amongst Republic commanders. Record intense Capsuleer activity in Veil of the Silent as conflict escalates. Highest Capsuleer involvement ever recorded in 4TAC HWWF conflict. 4TAC HWWF conflict 4TAC HWWF historic Keepstar under Winter Coalition destroyed. Secondary Keepstar anchored near wreckage. SEC prepares to swell in asset safety registries throughout Veil of the Silent. President Moreau celebrates increased Vexor usage in Keepstar sieges as sign of Galente military innovation. Elite mercenary pilots known to be working for multiple Empire forces. Intaki Syndicate members reported losing access granted under Caldari State Protectorate Agreement. And that is it for your news for today, April 30th. Now for the analysis. Obviously, this is the Capsuleer Day. Now, all-out war has broken out, although it's mostly constrained to mercenary organizations. Again, this has nothing to do with normal Concord response. There is no, as far as right now, there is no mechanics of suspect flags or anything like that within these event sites. This has nothing to do with your ability between players to engage with other players. This is entirely Empire-level politics falling apart, okay? So remember, it is worth noting that in 2 weeks is FanFest, and so we're going to get more stuff kind of playing out as this goes. And also, according to the patch notes, there is new sites that are going to show up next week, so we can expect this story to kind of play out throughout the next month as it seeks resolution. A couple of things that are worth noting: this warpath at gift dear empires. After all, toys are meant to be played with. It's a very fun little statement. I don't know if it tells us anything about who it would be that would. I would love to hear guesses in the comments below. Who do you think might be the person that posted this message? It doesn't quite read like the Deathless or any of his network. I'm not sure if it really, it doesn't even really echo kind of the way that the EOM would talk. I still think that probably at some point we're going to find out that the Guristas were deeply involved in all of this. Calling ships and destruction toys feels very, I don't know. Let me know what you guys think. In addition to that, a lot of these things are just kind of explaining what's happening or responding to what's happening. Obviously, we have, it could be Angel Cartel. We have all of this stuff. These three posts are about the current war between Goon Swarm and the Winterco. So, as Goons fought over in Atioth, which we talked about last time, I think. But, that was a big deal. But, Winterco was trying to reposition to be in a more secure position. And as Goons were trying to ensure that they have a stable beachhead, as this is all coming, Initiative comes in and reinforces the staging Keepstar of Winter Coalition in 4TAC HWWF. And then over the course of the weekend, and then later, earlier this week, the Imperium forces used a massive amount of Vexors, which is what this is kind of a reference to, in order to destroy the Keepstar. There's a whole lot to it. That's a whole topic in and of itself as to how that happened and what this all means. It's going to be interesting to see how this war continues to play out, especially since after this successful headshot, this was huge. This was a big twist in the overall sense of the battle, especially since a lot of people feel like this is showing that this idea of the attacker always wins if they're willing to bring enough Vexors. That's kind of the mentality that people are at right now. Now, obviously, that assumption could be, challenged at some point. But, a lot of people walked away from that going like, well, what are we even doing here? And this is, amplified by the fact that Initiative has now officially pulled out of the war. They're content. So it was Initiative working with the Imperium, but now it's the Imperium without the Initiative are allegedly, I assume, are going to still attack Winterco. We're going to have to see how this all plays out. But that fight, like, I don't want to pretend like I know much about that, but it's like that is a currently big thing. But the latest twist has been almost like a cooling factor on the whole thing as people try to figure out what war even looks like in nullsec in this new world of Vexers and such. But beyond that, we have all the stuff involving the event. I don't see if we have anything that's too huge to like jump out to pay attention to, except for the fact that, as we mentioned earlier, the Intaki Syndicate has this deal with the Caldari State, and now they're losing their access granted, which means like what happens? Because if we go into the game, we can see like if we go to Syndicate, yeah, the Caldari still own this constellation. They've built structures stations in this constellation. And so, this was a good deal for the Intaki, but it really may not necessarily oh yeah, no, we've got Hobo Leaks too. We're just covering the New Eden news right now. This is going to be kind of an untenable situation. We're going to have to see how it all plays out. Yeah, I don't see the well, actually, we could look into what the other like sounds like, but the other often comes across as extremely sinister. He's not playful. He wouldn't necessarily call it toys. But yeah. I'm not 1,000% sure what you're sending me, Malak, but okay. No, okay, so we haven't talked about the mechanics yet. This is all just the lore, and this should be about it. I think I'm going to call this good. This has been your New Eden news for today. The beginning of Warpath, as well as the events leading up to this. Hopefully this will help out. I think I'm going to try to edit this out and put it into its own segment, so you might watch this in edited. If so, either way, please like, comment, and subscribe to the video. Like I said, please let me know in the comments down below, where do you think this is all going, and who do you think is connected to all this? What is the conspiracy? We've got Warpath, we've got this expression, we've got the attacks on Caldari, we've got accusations against the Gallente and Intaki Syndicate, but it's clear that the Gallente can't be the ones doing it. What do you think is going on? Let me know. Let me know your favorite conspiracy theory down below. But if you're here watching live, hang tight. If you've already watched if this is the edited version, thank you for watching. Until next time, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden. I'd love to give a special thank you to all of my top tier supporters and everybody who comes, likes, comments, and subscribes to the channel. But I want to give an extra special shout out to my Immortal tier supporters: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Ebo Leet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mayak, Michael, Neelam, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you all so much. Like I said, if you're watching live, hang tight. Everybody else, thank you for coming. And until next time, I'll see you in space. All right, now then. I see, with the new Bastion, I see. I mean, SOCT are strangely absent on today's, the Capsuleer Day is often SOCT. So as SOCT being absent, who knows? We could be conspiratorial about it. Okay, so this is the lore of today. We've gone over that. That's fine. Now let's talk about the actual what is happening. Okay? So if you just showed up, if you don't know what's going on, that's fine. We haven't actually talked about the mechanics at all yet. We've only talked about lore and other stuff. Now it's time for mechanics. Are the event bastion modules worth it? We're going to look at those. We're going to look at everything. Spoiler, yes. Okay, so Capsuleer Day Warpath is here. Capsuleers, a catastrophic hyperspace incident damaged all 7 stargates leading to Jita. Now that Warpath has disabled Concord's warp protocols, all-out conflict has arrived, leading to opportunities for pilots of all experience levels across the cluster. And so, Capsuleer Day 23 begins. All right. And if for some reason you are watching the edited version of this video and there was no audio there, it's because CCP keeps using copyrighted music and then I get copyright striked and then I have to undo it, and I just forgot about that before I played it again. So please consider becoming a supporter of the channel because Jesus. All right, so but that being said, we're going to keep going. Every day we'll see login rewards including 665,000 SP, skins, skinner components, and more. And the seasonal challenge tracks offer trader tokens, Plex, SSCT ships, SP, and other excellent loot. Also, make sure you do the exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. I just want to double check something. Maybe I didn't get hit with that one. Awesome. Well, we'll see. Item traders around New Eden allow you to trade your tokens for all new officer modules, faction bastion modules, new skins, new skinner components, and empire boosters. We're looking at all of those things today. So we can see here's the different skins. AI must have... Okay. In the final week, starting on the 26th of May, the reward track will extend with some unmissable surprises. I want to just, right now, from my experience of the last several events, let's keep our expectations of what unmissable surprises mean pretty reined in. We'll see. We'll see. I hesitate to read too much into it, but who knows? Maybe they'll happily surprise me. Activities for rookie pilots. This event is an excellent opportunity for newer Capsuleers to test their mettle and progress along the reward track as the war has reached HiSec. Brand new Warpath combat sites for frigates and cruisers have been scattered across HiSec, featuring complexes that you will have to defend from unique adversaries. The frigate size contains a single complex and can be accessed by Tech 2 frigates and below. Now, one of the things about this is, this says that the site can only be accessed by Tech 2 frigates and below. But there's so much confusion coming out of this event. We're going to try to work through it all. One of the first pieces of confusion is the fact that the sites themselves don't have a gate, which means anybody can just warp to the site. You just land right there in the middle of the thick of it. And they do have a point, though, by the way. So don't just randomly warp to one of these sites because you might be sad. But the point is that, like, when they say a frigate site can complete a single complex and it's accessed by Tech 2, what they mean is like the rewards and the value of the site, right? So any ship can warp to these sites, but you won't count it. Nothing that you do will count for progress for your track, as far as I know. And also, you cannot contest the site. So you could kill the rats, but you can't actually cause the site to progress and, you know, gain the rewards without being in the properly sized ship. So, yeah. The cruiser sites contain 3 complexes, so you'll need to keep an eye on multiple locations to make sure you don't lose them. This is also confusing, but we're going to look at what this actually means in a second. The cruiser site, also found in LowSec, allows access to Tech 2 cruisers and below. Both frigate and cruiser sites allow Navy and faction variants. Yes, manning drones do not count this time either. SOCT Titans confirm. You know what? Maybe that's their way of proving it, is that they'll release a new SOCT ship. New SOCT carrier. Everybody gets a free carrier that can be used in HiSec. This is a terrible idea. Stop listening to me. Don't listen to me. Jesus, delete this video. All right. Rewards for the combat sites will be based on how many complexes you have defended and increase exponentially with each one. However, and this is one of those things, today there is a bug, just so you know, that completing 3 sites is actually worth less than 2 sites. It's listed in the known issues. So just know that if you're playing this on day 1, technically speaking, you should probably target only doing 2 of the sites before wrapping it up. It's listed here under known issues. Yeah. Rewards for defending 3 capture points should not be lower than defending 2. This will be addressed. So as of right now, completing 2 of the sites are optimal, but if you're watching this after day, probably you'll want to do all 3. Then the site is done when the timer runs down or when each individual complex has either been defended or lost. Once you've completed the site, you can warp to the reward container. We're going to play around with the sites in a little bit. So we're going to look at the exact details of how this all plays out. But if you think about it, basically, there's the site. but that site actually has 3 locations, alpha, beta, and gamma. And then each of those sites are basically like a kind of like a faction warfare complex, or closer to actually like a war, like the battlefield from faction warfare, where rats come in, you kill the rats. When the rats are not there and you progress the site by adding points within that particular site. When the site becomes 100%, you are considered to be completed to that site. The difference here is that it's not tied to time in the same literal way, because there is a timer, but that timer is for the entire event site. So like, for instance, when I did the frigate one, I went in and the timer for 20 minutes started. And by the time it was about 11 minutes in was when I finished the site, and therefore the entire site was completed. Likewise, with the cruiser one I did, you're supposed to bounce between the different sites in order to try to get them, as many of them completed within the amount of time allotted. When you're not in the site, they're being pushed back down by the rats that are there, or they're contested. And all of as many of them as you can complete within the same amount of time increases the reward. Now, here's the big kicker when it comes to this site. Okay, can you leech? It is so nuts. So when the timer is completed, or all of the sites are completed, in other words, like for the frigate site, when the one site is completed, the can will spawn. In the frigate site, that can is in the frigate site. So you're just in the site, you're doing your thing, the can spawns, you go loot the can, everything's fine, everything's normal, basically what you would expect. But the cruiser and battleship site is split between 3 different locations, right? And so what actually happens is, as soon as the timer goes off, a 4th location spawns. And there, if you warp to it directly, you're about 4 kilometers away from the can. And that can, as well as the frigate can be looted freely by anyone. It does not matter who contributed to the sites. It doesn't matter anything. The first person to get to that can and loots it gets the prize. No questions asked. No suspect flag. No chance of recourse in high sec, nothing. And so we are already seeing a lot of people running around in like interceptors and stuff and looking for cruiser sites being run, and then just kind of hanging out and waiting to see the timer tick down and then grabbing the stuff as fast as possible. This is very likely going to be one of the biggest problems of this entire event. We're going to have to see how CCP adjusts things in order to deal with it, because right now it's becoming pretty silly. I will even admit that I did it in a Nurgle. There was a Deimos that was running the sites. I just wanted to test it. So as a Nurgle, I realized I was in a cruiser site. So I was like, well, there's not much I'm doing. But I'd heard about this. So as soon as the timer ticked down, I was watching. As soon as the site spawned, I warped to it, grabbed the can. I will say I did offer the loot to the guy, the Deimos pilot, but he said he didn't really want it. He was just doing it for track points anyways. So whatever. Now, I will say that the frigate site gave me about, it was about 3 million-isk worth of loot total. So not great, but I also didn't jackpot in any way. And the cruiser site gave me about 10 million-isk total. And I think that, again, I don't think I got a jackpot of any kind there. So middling reward when it comes to the prizes. But again, we're going to look into these sites a lot more as we go on. I just don't know how well we're going to get unmolested sites once we get started. I did manage to do 1 frigate site so far completely by myself. So that's how I get some of this information. All right. In addition, there are high-sec exploration sites that you can scan down using a probe launcher and scanner probes. You can hack these containers using data analyzers. Furthermore, by the way, so the new hacking sites, they're going to talk a little bit more about the new hacking sites down below. I don't know if that's all of them, or just like if these high-sec sites are just normal hacking sites. There's a lot to these data sites. They are dangerous. And potentially the other problem is, and this is one of those other bugs that hopefully will be fixed by tomorrow, it does seem that these data sites are not being cleaned up correctly. So if you get to a data site and you go to hack the can and it says that you can't do it, chances are it means that site has already been run and it just didn't get cleaned up correctly. That should get fixed by tomorrow, but just be aware that especially if you're doing the exploration track, it might be hard today and there might be sites that are already completed. Oh, the high-sec ones are normal with 2 cans, no dangers. Got it. Okay. And the cans are empty. Well, the cans are usually empty if you... Oh, yeah. If you go there, the cans are empty and it doesn't despawn. It usually means that somebody else has already run it. Okay. Furthermore, mining for Plagioclass and Crocite in Empire space, as well as completing security missions for Empire agents, will contribute points towards the seasonal reward track. So this is a very similar methodology to the Yantey election, for those of you who had just been doing that. However, instead of Scordite, it's now Plagioclass. So that's going to be the ore that you can't find anywhere. That said, though, the Yantey election was confined to only Yantey space. This is everywhere in high sec and low sec. So therefore, what I found is that the pressure on these systems are not quite as bad. I just randomly started looking around, and I was able to find Plagioclass in a site, in a belt, in, I think it was Valor of all places. It was the first place I checked. You could theoretically still find it at this point because there's, when it was just Scordite and it was just Yantey space, all the Scordite was hoovered instantly. This allows it there to be a little bit extra. Also, Crocite can be found in Empire border ore sites, for those of you who are trying to, hunt there. And you can find these, of course, anywhere in high sec. Solitude's a great place, all that kind of stuff. Hopefully, we'll all learn our lesson from what happened in the Empire event, or the election, and this will go a little smoother. These rookie-friendly combat sites, high-sec exploration sites, as well as mining and agent missions can help you progress all the way through the reward track for massive value. So everything that we've talked about so far is for newer player-friendly stuff, okay? Now then. Rewards for combat sites. Nope. When claiming rewards from item traders for extra safety, you can use cloaked ships to get in close enough to engage the traders and claim rewards. So, again, a big piece of all of this is as you do these sites, anything less than officer? Okay. As you do these sites, as you progress in the track, you will gain tokens. You'll gain a currency. And those currencies can be turned in at currency turn-in points, of which there are many. We will look at those. They're clear in the patch notes. A lot of the best information is in the patch notes, by the way. But we can see... Nope. Here we go. So for the Amar, it's Amar, Garish, Tashmurkon Prime, Nair, Machator, Kalrazor Prime. For Caldari, it's New Caldari, Aiko, Anamon, Macallan. I think it's probably... My bet is it's one per constellation within each Empire space. You can refer to them here if you want, and in the patch notes. So the thing is that the trade-in points for the election was a major point of contention. Like, there's a lot of gankers there. There's a lot of ganking going on there. There's a lot of cancer ganking going on there. Yada, yada, yada. But in the same way as, like, Scordite, there's so many more quartermaster traders now that, like, gankers will go where the opportunities are. That became a good opportunity for gankers to set up for, because everything was focused on these 3 different locations in one system, with these being divided between all these different locations. And more importantly, you do have ways of being careful, i.e. you can cloak and get close enough to the turn-in point to be able to turn in without decloaking. That's actually a pretty big change, by the way. Like, low-key, that's probably one of the biggest mechanical differences in this event from previous events. I guess outside of the multiplex or the multi-site, site, I guess that's new too. But the point is that I think that turning in is going to be a lot easier this time than previous. But it's faction warfare capitals, trade hubs, and other important systems. But I bet if we looked at it, it would be like 1 per constellation, but I'm not 100% sure. But is the landing spot locked? Or can you land on a bookmark? Oh, is it dead space? I don't know. We can look into that, though, while we're there. Yeah, so that is a good point about the Plagioclass, is that while it is open, it is available everywhere, that everywhere does not include a Mars space. From my understanding, Plagioclass does not spawn in a Mars space, but just like before, I bet you there's extra special things that allow you to find it in, like, events and stuff, or like missions and stuff. Oh, Renz and Pator are in the same region as Hekanai. All right, fine. My theory's busted. Yeah, you can just sit there and decloak me. It's going to be a weird thing. I think that the cloaking thing is super not important in the end. But I think that it being the turn-ins being so distributed is going to be the big difference there. Yeah, I think that Plagio class is only in 0.6 systems broadly. Isn't that true? That might be true. I feel like at one point that was true. Anywho, Dodie won't become the new Jita because nobody wants to move. Nobody wants Dodie. Nobody actually wants Jita or Dodie to become the new Jita. People go to Dodie because they don't want it to be Jita. Anyway, okay, so where are we going? Now then, more risk, more reward. So the higher end stuff. More experienced Capsuleers looking for a tougher proving ground will find it in the cruiser and battleship combat sites. The cruiser site, as mentioned above, appear in high sec and low sec and feature 3 complexes to defend, while the low sec only battleship site also contain 3 complexes under pressure. The battleship sites allow Tech 2 battleships and below, meaning Marauders, Navy, and faction battleships. Okay, so here's the big thing for everybody, okay? Here's the thing to keep in your mind, because golly, they failed to communicate this clearly. So the real question is, here's answer number 1. What is the difference between the frigate site and the cruiser site? How can I identify the frigate site versus the cruiser site? Because remember, there's no gate. So if you accidentally warp to a cruiser site with your frigate, it can be bad. It could just be bad, right? So you want to know the differences between the two. Now, there's 3 different named sites, but the biggest thing that you need to realize is that a complex is a single location. And for some reason, a grid is multiple locations in this nomenclature. So when you go to the actual sites themselves, you can see that the defense complex is the single site frigate site. So complex, if you see the word warpath complex, then that means it's the frigate site, and there's only one site. If it says grid and you're in high sec, then that means that it's the defense grid, which is cruisers and below, and has 3 sites. And the war grid is only in low sec and also has 3 grids and battleships. Okay? So the big key here is complexes only have 1 site, grids only have 3 sites. Now, the big thing to note about this, let me actually double check real quick to see if there's anything I can show you. No, obviously I can't right now. Great. So the kicker here is that so just like with a normal faction warfare plex, the site doesn't appear as a beacon until somebody warps to it. All right. So as soon as somebody warps to it, then it spawns. If you warp to the complex, then the one site spawns. It'll say alpha. But if you warp to a grid, then 3 beacons will spawn in space: alpha, beta, and gamma. So that's the other way you know whether or not you're going to the right place. If there's both sites spawned in the same place, you're going to see alpha, beta, gamma, and then another alpha. And it'll be hard to figure out which one's which, but you can always warp to the main site. And again, I'll show you all this when we get there. Okay. The battleship, yeah. The veterans explorers can seek out low-sec exploration sites, which can be found in wormhole space as well. The containers must be hacked, but any mistake that triggers a lockdown brings the sentry guns online, forcing you to hack the master security node to disable the lockdown before operations can continue safely. Proximity mines add another layer of danger, so the utmost caution is advised. So be aware. Players can and will trigger the site intentionally and then let you die as soon as you come in. Just so you know, that's a thing to be paying attention to. Always be aware of whether or not there's somebody already in the site. Proximity mines are very spooky but easy to navigate around. It does say a more methodical approach is also possible by hacking all sentry guns before going for the containers. Lockdown becomes far less threatening, so the guns will not activate even if an error is made. So very similar to the Drifter infiltration site. This does have a gate. And funny enough, just so you know, off the top of your head, or for today at least, T2 exploration frigates cannot get into the site. I'm pretty sure everything else that you would expect to be able to get in the site can, but like cheetahs and buzzards and stuff apparently are currently locked out of the low-sec exploration site. So if you are going to do low-sec exploration, especially today, make sure to just use a disposable T1 heron or something like that and call it good. Well, don't get blown up by a mine. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They are potting the hell out of people. Do not... Yeah, you want to be... There's a lot of expensive pods being blown up. I can't wait to see the first, like, Moreau's combat scanner dropping because somebody got wiped out by a sentry gun. There is... I don't know anything about other restrictions. I've only seen this report. Your cheetah will not be able to access it. Tech 1, oh, here we go. Tech 1 pirate and navy ships or cruiser size or smaller. So an Astero should work, and a Stratios should work. Nestor obviously won't. Odysseus won't. Yeah, this is... And I assume that this will get changed by tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Also, yeah, bubbles get popped up. When the defense goes on, warp bubbles come up. So even if you get killed, you'll likely also get potted. Good luck. Do people use nesters to explore? Only silly people. I'm not saying that to be critical. I'm one of those silly people. I did it in Astero. If you go straight to the closest can and then straight to the next one, you'll not be in a mine's path as far as I've seen. Imagine losing an integrated analyzer to NPC guns. Man, imagine somebody with like the Moreau's probe launcher and the new... There's actually a new officer hacking mod. I mean, that's why no Tech 2, no nullifiers. I sincerely believe that no Tech 2 exploration ships is a mistake, but we'll see what they do about it. Because it also doesn't say that anywhere. Like, there's nowhere in the patch notes as far as I've seen. Hold on. Yeah, I don't see anywhere where those requirements are actually stated. So I'm going to guess that it was kind of an accident. It was just like they used the same... They just copied and pasted from the defense grid or whatever. Although I guess that can't even be right because it was a gate, not... Either way, whatever. How much better is the hacking mod? We're going to look at all the modules in a second. Okay. For organized fleets, new capital support sites in low-sec that comes online next week. That's what I mean by, like, there's going to be further escalation. So next week will be the capital site. The week after that will be FanFest. The week after that will be the last week. So there's something going on every single week. There's changes happening. This event is, like, at least has the capability of kind of changing throughout every week throughout this entire event. In these encounters, cap boosters must be delivered to an allied Titan under pressure. This sounds very exciting. If the operation succeeds, the Titan will unleash its doomsday weapon on the hostile Titan, turning the tide in spectacular fashion. The setting will be epic, and you'll be participating in this amazing sight that's never been seen before in the shadow of clashing Titans. You can see that picture there. For the duration of this event, you can now pick up last year's police skins at 30% off in the New Eden store. That's what we were looking at in the New Eden store earlier when we were also looking at the ambulances. Capsuleer Day is active until the 2nd of June. Don't forget to tune into CCP TV for Twitch drops. So that is the announcement for the thing. We can see if there's patch notes. Okay, so for the patch notes, we see that there are different tasks. There's complete security missions for empires, by the way. This has all of the same, seems to be the same rules as what happened for the Galente election, but it's now all 4 empires, which does mean that security missions that do not involve killing things. So there's some security missions where it's like, maybe there's like a 4-part mission, and like part 2 and part 4 only requires a little bit of reconnaissance or dropping something off. You don't actually kill anything. If the security mission does not involve any killing whatsoever, it does not count for the track. Mine Crocite and Plagiocite in Empire Space, straightforward, but again, if you mine with drones, will not count. Neither will crits. So often you'll have more more ore in your cargo bay than in than you have progress for. Kill elite mercenaries in new combat sites. Okay, so basically the site has wave after wave of enemies every 30 to 45 seconds. And usually about every other wave also includes one of these elite mercenaries that spawns. Now, while the basic mercenaries that you fight are specific to the site, so if you're doing a Galente site, your enemies are going to be Caldari. One of the things I noticed was that the named spawns, I'm just going to call them officer spawns, even though obviously that's probably not 100% correct, but these named spawns, these elite mercenaries, can be from any of the 4 empires, by the way. And they can come with their own E-War. That's why I'm saying like webs and stuff can exist in this. We're going to look at the rats in a minute. You can also, but this only is the named elite ones. The normal waves don't count. So like in a single frigate site, I killed 3 elite mercenaries within the 9 minutes that I was there. All right. And then hack strategic or intelligence databases for the new exploration sites. We already talked about that. Make a trade with quartermaster traders, just like last time. That will not give you the currency, but it will give you progress along the track, the currency for the rewards. And then capture or defend faction warfare complexes. This is any of the 4 empires. There has been some confusion with this. This obviously does not include the new site, right? We're talking about joining faction warfare, going into the war zone, and finishing faction warfare complexes that are in faction warfare space, the normal old school sites. That's what counts here. I've seen some people finishing the new sites because it has the word complex in it, and they think that it should count for this. The only progress that you get for running the combat sites is killing the elite mercenaries, okay? So challenges features 5 tiers, ranging from hireling to warpath master. Completing each tier reward tokens can be exchanged with the quartermaster traders. These quartermaster traders are the Empire's primary tool for winning Capsuleer's loyalty. Earn war targets tokens by participating in event activities, then exchange them at Empire-specific item traders found widely throughout each Empire space for your choice of various rewards. So we're going to go look at those. But we can see that the main rewards here are going to be these new officer modules and these new faction modules. So let's go ahead and look at those. So what I do is for some of you who don't know, I go to Hobo Leaks, which I think there should be a link to that there, and I copy stuff from Hobo Leaks over to here, so that way I can pull things up, and we can see that, first of all, the traders, there has been some confusion about the traders. You go to any of the systems that are mentioned, and there will be a beacon. Once you warp to that beacon, you will land at the site, and there'll be a structure. You can interact with that structure in order to trade. We will, again, look at that in a second, or, do it for realsy in a minute. The 4 officer mods are tied to the 4 faction warfare military commanders, okay? So for the Amar, we have Zerkosh, which is Zerdan Zerkosh's modified expanded cargo hold. So for the modified expanded cargo hold, we can see that it has the lowest velocity, maximum velocity modifier. So the penalty for velocity, which for some reason I didn't realize that a cargo expander has, is minimum. And its cargo capacity is the equivalent as the ore cargo hold. So it's the same cargo hold expansion as the ore mod, but even lower maximum velocity. But not, it has a better structure hit point penalty. But in that case, the storyline is still the best structure hit point penalty. So it's just better in basically it is as good, if not better, than the ore expanded cargo hold, which is currently worth 340 million ISK. It's better in every way. Well, better or equal to in every single way. This is going to be a huge one, guys. Like we hummed and hawed about what's going to be an expensive officer mod in the last one. It's like, well, who's going to actually use these things and be willing to spend it? It is brain dead easy to think how valuable these expanded cargo holds are going to be. They're huge. Okay, so that's number 1. Hacking sites in HiSec are bugged. I cannot start the hacking process. Anyone tried it? If you go to a hacking site, especially in HiSec, and it's already and you can't hack it, it means that the site has been completed already, and then it just hasn't despawned yet. I'm sorry. Hopefully it'll get fixed tomorrow. So for the Minmatar, yes, you can store these away and wait for later. Mining laser upgrade. Jesus. Okay, so they really wanted these officer mods to be worth a lot. Okay, great. So once again, this is going to be worth stupid amount. You know who spends a shit ton of money on their fits when they are given the opportunity to? Haulers and miners. Anyway, so we got the mining laser. Let's see how good this is. It's got the best fitting. Oof. It is just the best mining laser upgrade by 20% over the Tech 2. That's crazy. I mean, it has a heavier CPU penalty. So it's actually going to make your mining lasers take even more CPU. So it's going to be harder to fit, but assuming that you can fit, ooh-wee, these are going to be crazy. These are going to be crazy. And it does take less CPU overall. So that'll compensate for a little bit of this. Yeah, that's scary. It should be Tech 1, but that's wow. And it should also definitely be meta level higher than 5. But they'll probably get fixed at some point. Those are good. Okay, next. And I haven't looked at the details of these things yet, so you're getting my honest reactions. Yeah, anybody who wants to just mine an exordium for the rest of their life, holy shit. Anyway, capacitor flux coil. This is actually another one of those ones that's really, really strong. And a lot of people are going to find this valuable. This is Haikatorigo, or Torigo's modified, who's the Caldari officer. So this is the Caldari reward, and we can see, wowzers. Yeah, it is almost 10% better, I think. Yeah, it's like 10%, because it's 3% from 39 to 42. So it's like 9% better than a Flux Coil 2, while taking more, it does take more CPU. But 3% additional capacitor recharge rate it can be pretty big. And yeah, people are going to be willing to spend a lot for that. You've never used a capacitor flux coil? I mean, they can be pretty good. The kicker here is that they increase your recharge rate at the expense of the capacitor capacity. So it kind of, it's a mixed bag, but as far as just like giving you the ability to recharge your capacitor, and especially if it's combined with other things like batteries, it can be really, really good. I definitely think that of the three that we've looked at so far, it's the weakest. But then we have this baby. Biggie, I've actually never played that game, so good luck with that. All right. The Revelli's, Farina Revelli, I think her name is, the Galente faction warfare agent, has given us the modified analyzer, which, taking a look at the Z-kill for Sentry Notes. Yeah, can you link me that so that way I can pull it up real quick? This thing is nuts. I think, right? Wait, hold on. Yeah. Is it? Let me make sure I understand 100% of this. Okay, so it has the same virus strength. This one doesn't count. We're going to remove that. That's not a real analyzer. Okay, so it has the same strength as the Zegma. Okay, hold on. Let me take a step back. So the reason why this is so critical is because all of these analyzers have kind of one thing in common, which is that they allow you to also do relic sites. So this is a data site analyzer that can also do relic sites. This is absolutely critical, thank you, Thrans, because Black Glass, which is an implant, and some other boosters to like hacking and stuff, usually only impact data analyzers. So by using one of these combo data analyzers, not only do you save a mid slot, which mid slots are some of the most valuable slots in the entire game, but also you can actually use black glass in order to improve relic analyzing as well as data analyzing, which is a pretty big deal. Virus strength is critical. It has the same data virus strength as Tech 2, which is a big deal. It has less coherence than the data analyzer 2, but that's okay because coherence is less important than strength. Because the idea is that you do damage to the node, and then if the node is still alive, it does damage to you. So the more strength that you have, the less hits you take, the less coherence you end up needing. So reduced coherence is fine. It's more coherence than the Zegma, which was the one that everybody uses previous to this. And it also takes less CPU. It takes the same CPU as a normal data analyzer, not the increased amount that the Zegma requires. The other big thing about it, though, is that the Zegma has the additional penalty. You get both analyzers, but you only get one utility slot. So like when you're picking up stuff while you're doing the hack, you only get the one slot, which can get you, it'd be kind of painful. So basically the big thing between the Zegma and the modified analyzer is the extra utility slot. So the problem is that you can see here the Zegma is estimated at 500 million. So it's obviously going to be better than that. So it's going to be worth at least as much as the Zegma. But like if it gets too much more than the Zegma, you're really only buying that extra utility slot, which most people don't care about that as much if they're going with the Zegma. That's why they went with the Zegma instead of a data analyzer 2. So it will likely be very popular, but its cap value only goes so far, because if it becomes a billion ISK or more, people are going to just simply switch back to the Zegmas instead. Now, so that means, in my opinion, the expanded cargo hold and the mining laser upgrades are by far the winners of this officer mod gambit. Okay. In fact, I would argue that it would go expanded cargo hold, mining laser upgrade, integrated analyzer, flux coil. That's my order of the officer mods, but please let me know in the comments down below, what do you guys think, etc., yada yada yada. Okay, great. So those are the big prizes for the site, for this event that you can get. We're going to look at the costs of all of those in a little bit. In the meantime, though, I did not grab the bursters. Or not the bursters, but the, what are they? Siege. So the other things that you get are Navy Bastion modules. Okay? So those are the officer mods. But just like last time where we had faction bursters, this time we have faction siege modules. Siege modules are just for dreads, okay? Dreadnoughts, just so you guys know. I can't spell siege. That's what we've learned today. So we're going to go and compare these. Wait, what? Hold on. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid. Let's go ahead and just take the last like 4 minutes of the stream and just memory hole that. Would that be all right? Would that be good? What do I think about Loru? I mean, he can be entertaining. All right. Yeah, it's Bastion. I'm so sorry. We're gonna try this again. So Bastion modules are just for Marauders. So this is a Marauder only thing, which explains why Malak sent me a picture of his Marauder. I don't know why I do the things I do. Whatever, it's fine. So there are now 4 new Bastion modules. Again, Bastion modules are for Marauders. Now, Bastion modules have never had a Tech 2 or anything like that. and therefore this is the first time we've had an advanced Bastion module, which is one of the big things about it, right? And when we compare them, we see that the situation's a little bit more complicated than before, or than, you know, a little bit more complicated. Wait, we need to get rid of the siege models. All right, so as we can see here on this terrible compare tool, that also doesn't allow for never mind, I don't know, this is not a rant about the compare tool day. Okay, so we have Republic, Imperial, Federation, and Caldari, and then we can see all these different differences, right? So it looks like the Republic is the tankiest one. It has the most resistances boosting of all of them. Now, it's worth noting that these Bastion modules appear to, like, there's nothing special about the Bastion modules per se. So, like, you could get an Imperial Bastion module, and I believe that you should be able to put that on any of the Marauders. Thank you. Whatever. We're here now. The point is that, so the Bastion module does a few things. One, it increases local reps. Two, it increases your resistances. Three, it makes you hit harder. And four, it makes you hit further. Okay? Those are the four basic things that Bastion modules do. And so the Republic Fleet one is the one that maximizes the tankiness of it. So you actually sacrifice. That's what's interesting about this, because it's like the value, it's actually lower than the main value. So these are all give and take, right? So, like, for instance, the Republic Fleet, you're actually giving up some of your active repair capabilities for better resistances. Now, it's worth noting, just to remind you, you do not get reps while bastioned. %95 impedance to remote assistance. So people trying to give you remote reps, remote capper, all that stuff is only going to be 5% effective. So most of the time, bastioned Marauders rely on self-tank. So you're gaining resistances, 10% resistances across the board, but you're losing half of your rep power, right? We also see that, because you're getting half of your rep speed and half of your rep power cut in half. Or, you're whatever. You get what I'm saying. Now, the Imperial one is the opposite. You actually lose resistances to gain rep power. Except for shield booster. Just armor. Okay? And then the Federation one is a little even. You actually lose a little bit of your rep power, but the Federation one is more surrounded around damage. This negative 60% reduction is actually good, not bad. I know it's just the way that the numbers show, but this means that you're going to be basically you're shooting 40%, 60% faster. So, like, basically, if you were firing once every 4 seconds, you're now firing once every second, right? With this one. So you're going to be firing a lot faster, or, you're gaining more damage with the Federation Navy booster, but you're not gaining any additional, like, resistances, and you are losing a little bit of your rep. So you're going full on damage when you use the Federation Navy one. For the Caldari Navy one, again, you're losing the resistances, but you're now focusing on shield boost and range. The Federation Navy one cuts the range in half. The Caldari one increases the range, which really makes sense that Galente used blasters up close, Caldari used rails, long range, so on and so forth. Also, it's the only one that has a bonus to the missile rate of fire, is the Caldari one. So there's a reason for each of these between damage, range, resistance, and rep that they're all specialized in. The Republic Fleet is more resistance based, sacrificing a little bit of the other stuff. Imperial Navy is more rep based, armor rep based. The Gallente one is very much damage forward at the expense of some of the other stuff. And the Caldari Navy one is more shield based and missile based. Caldari and Gallente take the path of you can't be damaged if everyone's already dead. Yeah, pretty much. Federation Navy getting the short stick again. I don't agree with that. I mean, like, basically, so of the 4 of these, which one would I want? Well, if I use my Marauder in missions, I can tell you right now that the number 1 is the Federation Navy one, right? Because, like, I'll tell you this, my Marauder's tank has never been pressured in a mission ever. I'm pretty sure. It's just missions just don't put out the DPS output to pressure a Marauder's tank very much. So it's all about damage at that point. So I would say that, like, for a mission Marauder, the Federation Navy Bastion ends up being pretty much the top dog, unless you're a Golem, in which case, of course, the Caldari Navy Bastion becomes the top dog. The Republic one would be good for the Trig one. Yeah. I mean, they're all... well, actually, no. I think the Federation one would be the best one for the Trig one because because it's rate of fire. Oh, Trig hunting. Yeah. Pretty sure that sounds about right. Also, just remember, if you've ever thought of like a passive tanked Marauder, which I don't know if those exist, but if they did, they would use a Republic Fleet Bastion. 5% rate of fire is weak and they gimp the fall off. Okay. I'm just saying, if the only thing I care about is how much damage I do, then Federation Navy Bastion is going to be good. Same with I do think that the Caldari Navy Bastion is going to be the better one of the two, just because the Golem is just better in more situations. But we have with the Republic Bastion, Malak's simulation says 704 DPS. And then that's per gun, by the way. And with the normal Bastion, it's 634. So we can actually do this. Hold on. Let's do it this way. Let's do it this way. Make sure to like the stream, guys, by the way, and exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. We have 2 games that we're giving away, 2 game codes. Thanks to Morcar. All right. So here's my Paladin. And I'm just going to put Conflag on here, and I'm going to see that my DPS is currently 2,345. 2,345. That's fine. That's good. And if I take this out and I put in the Republic Fleet one, it becomes 2,600. That's already very good. Hold on. So 2,345 to 2,600. So that's what? 255 DPS. So 10% increase in damage just to switch from Tech 1 to Tech 2. Which is pretty wild, and that's because like you both get the bonus on the rate of fire and on. No. Why does a 5% rate of fire bonus give me 10% additional damage? I'm sure there's a reason why this is because of the way that haste works, but either way, we're going to keep going. So 2,600 for the Republic Fleet one. Whoops. 2,600 for the Imperial Navy one, but hold on. The Imperial Navy one gives me 676 HPS and 75, 88, 68, 70. Whereas the normal one gives me 541 HPS, 79, 89, 72, 74. So yeah, you can definitely see that like lowered resistance, increased reps. Stop it. And then, so then the Federation Navy one gives me 2918. So almost 300 DPS above the other faction one, and almost 500 DPS above the standard Tech 1 Bastion. No, I refuse to believe it. Like the Federation Navy Bastion, that extra 5% is huge. And then meanwhile, I think I have a golem. If anything, the golem kind of... I don't have my golem on this character. It's fine. So yeah, so those are the Bastion modules. Marauders rejoice. We can spend more money on our Marauders, which is something that we all love to do. All right. What else is there? Quartermaster traders are in those locations. Combat site. We talked about the new sites. We talked about the new exploration site. There's also system-wide bonuses. So, which one would be the best for the Baba? I'm still going to say, like, Federation Navy. Because if you're worried about taking fire, you probably shouldn't be in a Baba Raga. And that faster cycle time also means faster ramp time, which is critical. So I think that hands down, you'd have to convince me that it's worth using anything besides the Federation Navy one on the Baba Raga, for sure. All right. So now then, in the same way as with the Yantey election, if you were flying that Empire's ship in that Empire's territory, you also get an additional bonus anywhere in space by those Empires. So if you're in an Amarr ship in a system that is owned by the Amarr, you get a 7.5% energy turret damage, armor hit point bonus, and warp speed bonus. Warp speed is across the board. So for this, it's energy turret and armor hit points. For the state, it's missile launcher rate of fire and shield HP. For Yantey, it's hybrid turret tracking, not damage, which is interesting, and local armor repair. And the Republic one is projectile fall off and velocity. So what's interesting about this is that, so first of all, the worst one out of all of this is going to be the Amarr one, because Amarr ships are already pretty unflexible. They actually, a lot of Amarr ships can get around that by using non-energy turrets, but it only bonuses energy turrets, so it pigeonholes the Amarr pilot. And the armor hit point bonus isn't going to be the big decider, because, you know, like buffer, especially in PvE, but definitely in PvP, there's going to be an advantage here. But, you know, hit points aren't the deciding factor of whether or not your armor holds. It's going to be your armor reps, right? So ultimately, this bonus doesn't really help as much as you would like. The state one, however, is fucking just custom built for Caldari. Because so we get missile launcher rate of fire. So screw your hybrids. If you want to be hybrid, don't be Caldari this month, I guess. But wait, what? Yeah. Oh yeah, buff Amarr ships for sure. This shield hit point bonus is actually crazy though, because I just said like the armor hit point bonus doesn't matter, but the shield hit point bonus, remember, shields repair passively. And so 7.5% shield HP bonus also means an equivalent amount of recharge bonus, because you're going to recharge in the same amount of time. You're just now recharging more hit points. So this here is critical. This whole bonus is huge for any passive fit ships, passive fit tanks or drakes, passive fit ravens. Rattlesnake's not, because it doesn't count as a Caldari ship. So basically Drake Navy issues, ravens, etc. Definitely the Drake and Drake Navy, although this really, like, you'd want to think about making like a passive fit caracal potentially for the sites because of this, but who knows. Yes. Does this? I think this applies on top of everything else. So yes, I believe that this would make plates better. I wish it'd make it bonus damage instead of rate of fire. Yeah, that's true. It does make it more damage, but it definitely hurts. In particular, rapids, right? Because it just lets you get through your clip faster. The Galente one. Turret tracking is interesting, especially if the ships are going to, like, Galente ships are going to have to be relying on rails for the event because the rats like to sit at like 5 to 15 kilometers out. So especially for frigates, but even for cruisers, can be hard to hit with blasters. So this additional tracking might be good, especially if you're using rails. This local armor repairer is great, awesome, lovely. Obviously that's going to be great for your, especially doing ratting or any sort of PvE. And then the Republic Fleet one, projectile turret fall off is a big deal because projectile turret fall off is the bigger part of projectile turrets, so it's going to let things fire even further than before, which is great, and make them even faster than before, which is a very Mimitar thing to do. So these bonuses are throughout the entire month in all of that Empire's space, as long as you're using that Empire's ship, which is a pretty cool idea. Yeah, no, NATO's are going to hurt real bad for the next month. Most missile builds already have fast cycle times on missiles, unless it's cruise missiles, and rate of fire gets weird, as rate of fire weapon systems do to server tick systems. Yeah, you're not wrong, but I'm pretty sure most missile systems don't get down to sub 1 second fire times. But I mean, like, there are ways that gets worked out, but either way, whatever. Yeah, only in Mimitar space for the NATOs. That's true. All right, and then there's new skin lines: Mantle, Mandate of Faith, State Regulator, Presidential Agent, and Stark Strategist. That's not the same skins that are here. Wait, hold on. Is that real? No. They're wrong. Okay. I assume that they mean these Capsuleer Day skins, right? They have to mean the Capsuleer Day skins, right? All right, well, either way, we'll look at this, because this is what's been added. We can look at it. And then Lava Core Imperial skin extended to the Omen and Revelation Navy issue. Various police skins are 30% off, yada, yada, yada. So we can go to the Hobo Leaks, and we can see, as far as skins are concerned... Hold on. I believe the ones I looked at were the only ones that are here. There's the Capsuleer Day skins. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's these Capsuleer Day skins. Mislabeled in the patch notes. That's fine. Not the biggest problem of the day. Huh. Interesting that they give it to you as a crate. Oh, I know why they give it to you as a crate. Does anybody else know why they give it to you as a crate? They give it to you as a crate because the Siege module itself... Not this. God, I keep saying that. The Bastion module itself is... yeah, the Titan Rat is next week. No, it's 1. No, it's 200. Yeah. So the Bastion module's volume is 200 M3. So a lot of ships won't be able to turn in to get that. So instead, they give it to you in a box. Oh, and it's also a blueprint. So you have to build it. So you can turn in, you get the blueprint. The blueprint comes in a box that is only 1 M3. And then you proceed to build it. Oh, this is true about all the officer mod. This is true about all the fancy stuff, huh? Is that true? Yeah, it is. Okay. And so, oh yeah, and so the input is just an expanded. Okay, so you take the normal one and you make the modification. That's kind of cool. Do we see Super Titans making an appearance? Probably not. CCP has either forgotten about it or hopes you do. Oh, hey, look, a defense grid is up. Let's show this. Let's pause for a second and we can show off what this actually looks like, okay? So here I am in an Ikki Tursa, which is definitely not the optimal ship for this, but damn it, it's the one I'm going to use. So there's two sites here, right? There's the complex and the grid. As we mentioned earlier, the complex is a single site, and therefore it is the frigate one. And the grid is a triple site, which means it's the cruiser one. That's how I know the difference, okay? So, how do you get the new mods? Turn in at the turn-in points. Well, yeah, the defense sites are the lower tier sites for sure, but like they're the only ones that show up in HiSec. So now that I've warped to the site, you can see that there's complex beta, alpha, and gamma, okay? Those are the three sites. Even though I warped to it on my here and it's defense grid, I'm actually going to be warping to complex alpha. Let me switch to this for now. All right, so the clouds are skyboxy. I doubt you could fly through the clouds, just so that we know. And this site doesn't do anything. I now need to, oh, okay, so, yeah, this is alpha. Wait, this is alpha? Why is there nothing here? Okay, whatever. I'm defending complex alpha. So you can see that I'm defending it right now. Oh, here comes a rat. This rat is one of the named ones, so it's an elite. And he's an arbitrator. He has attacked me, but he's not doing any E-ward. Oh, he is neuting me. Okay, so that there can be newts if it's one of the Amar elite rats. Now, from what I have found, none of the rats drop any loot at all throughout the site. So you don't need to worry about that. I'm going to just switch to a cult, and I can claim my reward because that's my fourth one of those that I've gotten. I got to switch back to this so that way you can see this side. We can see that I'm defending this one. This one's going up, and these other two are going down, right? So I might lose beta if I'm not careful. So I may just actually run over to beta and quickly kill it. If those numbers go down anymore, I'm gonna run up. Yep. I gotta get to beta. Salvage is nothing. Yeah, that makes sense. I've lost. Oh man, it goes down fast. All right. And this is also another officer, or like another one of the elites. So this might be a good way to get... The elites ones actually seem to be pretty easy to get. Like this task to get a bunch of the elites ends up being a pretty easy one to complete. Oh, and he's warp disrupting me. There are warp disruptors in the normal sites. This is not the site that I saw last time. Oh man, and another dude just spawned right afterwards? What is happening? And now it's considered contested when it was whatever. And I need to get to Gamma. I'm going to struggle with this one, I think. I need to align to this one. Warp there. You can use T2 frigs in the basic one, in the complex. I mean, you can use a T2 frig in this one too, but like you'll you know, you'll be punching up. So, and you can see here at the bottom, there's a total of 21 minutes left in this site. So I've got to go between these different sites, stopping them from contesting stuff and hopefully earning some points. So I'm just gonna sit here and defend this site for a little bit. See if I can make some progress on this one. I'm nervous about the uncontested one, or about the beta, because I don't want to lose it. Actually, you know what? I don't actually care if I lose it. I want to lose beta, because remember, right now there's a bug, so I only want to complete 2 of the sites. Can you solo it at all? I mean, I'm trying. That's what we're here to find out. Man, that is ticking up slow. I think 2 people would easily be able to just like lock down this entire site. But remember, the final reward spawns in a separate site. So you kind of want the 2 guys to be running the site and then also have somebody who's really, really fast, who's just committed to getting the loot. Otherwise, it'll just get stolen. The chances of the loot getting stolen from me in this site is actually very, very high. So just putting that out there now. Okay, it's we're getting up there. We're getting up there. I've soloed them. Only got 4 million in loot though. Did you sell a cruiser one? I'm actually really surprised. I thought there was more infrastructure at the site. Like the one I went to earlier had a bunch of stuff in the site, but maybe that was the frigate one. We're just quickly running one of the sites just to do it. Ah, shit. We gotta go. So my goal here is I want to capture Alpha and Gamma and just let Beta fall. Man, every single rat I've gotten so far has been one of the named elites. Am I doing this right? I swear to God, when I jumped into that other person's site, there was normal rats in it. Oh, he's pointing me. You're wasting time just warping between IMO? What are you recommending I do then? Because I'm sitting in the 1, but I don't, like, I'm going to lose. Oh, I guess if one of them goes down, starts going down, I can start. Because right now I'm not losing any in Gamma, and I am gaining in Alpha. Tell you what we're going to do is the next time Gamma becomes contested, we will go there, and then we'll stay there for the entire completion of it, and then we'll finish Alpha, and that'll be our strategy. I think that's probably the best idea. Yeah, I'm definitely letting 1 go. I'm going to let Beta go. Well, you don't even, like, as of today, you don't actually want to get all 3, because there's technically, it seems to be that there's less reward for 2, or there's less reward for 3 than 2. The optimal is actually only defending 2 at the moment. Now, obviously, that'll probably get fixed tomorrow, but it is true. Yes, the elites giving backstories, that is something that we're going to look at them all today. As possible. I had 7 minutes left with the timer. Okay. I mean, I definitely am making progress because I'm gaining more in Alpha, way more than in Alpha than I'm losing in Gamma. Okay, so now we're going to head to Gamma. We're going to just sit in, we're going to finish off Gamma. We're going to sit in Gamma until it's done. Even if Alpha becomes captured or capturing, we're going to stay in Gamma until it's finished and then come and finish off Alpha. The Sanchimers. Yeah, dude, there's so many interesting, like, there's a lot of interesting stuff going on with these rats. But right now, we just want to kill them. Vagabond would be pretty good for sure. Okay, so we have lost beta. The normal faction warfare sites do split LP payouts, but CCP was like, nah, put it in box. It is wild to me that the box is just can be grabbed out of. I think it would be better if the box always causes a suspect flag, so that way I just want everybody running around high sec with the suspect flag though. So like that's my bias. So even if alpha becomes contested at this point, we're going to try to finish gamma before dealing with alpha. We've got 15 minutes left. So it should be fine. I really wish we had more information about like how fast these are supposed to tick. Like the rules of this whole thing can be kind of unclear, but you know, that's why we're experimenting with it. I'm almost done. I won't lose much out of alpha, if anything, in order to try to finish gamma. I think this strategy's been pretty good so far. Yeah, it is. There's a lot of confusion in this event site, but I think that they also expect us to kind of work it out. You know, here we go. So that one's done, and we're going to head back over to alpha and finish it up, and then we'll be good to go. And then one of these other lovely folks and ladies, whatever, somebody in local will probably steal my can from me. But luckily, the good news is that since I'm finishing the site, I'm going to be able to see when the site's about to finish, and they won't. So I'll have a little bit of an advantage when it comes to getting to the actual thing. Elijah's Scythe Fleet issue. An elite mercenary willing to work for any faction during the Warpath conflict. After a devastation from her home planet of Turner. Ah, it's a Turner. It's a Turner refugee. Nora became become a part of the Ashes of Turner anti-technology crusade. Once her rage subsided, however, she began to clash with the group's thinking and rejected its teachings. Still feeling unmoored from the Republic, she chose to go it alone, putting her skills to use for anyone with the ist to pay for them. So she's an old she was part of Turner, then she became the Ashes of Turner, and now she's an independent agent. And now she's blown up. At least for now. She'll probably be back. It's true. Confusion, like, that's part of what makes all of this work, is that, like, you know, it's part of us figuring it all out. And now she's dead, yeah. One, I mean, I do my best to not, like I don't fault Laru or any of the support he gets, and he does a lot of work for EVE Online and putting it out there for stuff. He makes really great content, very entertaining content. He deserves to be wined and dined sometimes. What? No, the extra site that spawned was because somebody started spawning the frigate version. That's why there's 2 complex alphas. Yeah, honestly, if you're going to be doing the exploration sites at this point, especially the high-sec ones, I think that it's going to just be better to go tomorrow. And extraction point. Now let's see who steals my shit. Yeah, and the problem is that if they don't despawn, then they don't get recycled, they don't respawn. So I would just say that chances are high-sec exploration for the event is a bust for the moment. Oh my god, am I really going to get the loot? Am I really going to get the loot? Hell yeah. In Uli of all things. Okay, fair enough. And I get 36 Warpath supplies and 76 of the tokens. The Warpath supplies are worth, I think, 200,000 ISK each. So yeah, this is basically 7 million ISK worth of stuff for the site. It took me, what, 10, 15 minutes to do? No jackpot. That's it. That's the cruiser site. Hope you enjoyed it. Let's get back to everything else going on. Oh, right. That's what we were doing. Okay. Does that mean that you're working on behalf of Concord? No. That's a good point. Is that why there was no rats? Wait. I bet that's why there was no rats. I bet that's why there was no rats. Because so the named rats, the ones that we were fighting, those spawn regardless of which empire the site is. That's also why there is no no, this isn't a lore thing. This is like this is a bug thing. That's, well, yeah, I don't have any faction bonus on my ship because I'm also in a trig ship. Trig ships don't get faction bonuses. But like, think about it. There's no structures because the structures are empire specific. And there was no other rats because those were also empire specific. So in the places where there is no empire in control, i.e. Uli, you actually get like these weird generic versions of the site that doesn't have any of the normal rats or any of the normal infrastructure. But the site itself is still the same. Is that true? Did we figure that out? That's kind of cool. Hold on. Now I gotta go find one that has... that is in an empire space, and I bet you dollars to donuts there'll be the correct rats and the correct infrastructure in the site. Yeah, Orifei. I mean, that's next door, isn't it? Yeah. Technically, that's next door. But that would almost certainly be the same thing as here. So yeah, the high-sec systems that are not part of any empire space would work. All right, well, we'll hang out here for a little bit until I notice that there's another site up. Let's see. Anything else to cover? Oh yeah, we were looking at the skins. That's what we were trying to look at. Skins. Okay, so we have... the extension happens is the last week, so the week that ends on the 2nd. So here is the Apocalypse version of the Apocalypse Navy, or yeah, no, it's all Navy issue stuff, I think. So it's Apocalypse Navy issue. Very popular ship, very cool look. All of the skins appear to have this G to 4-4 vibe to it, though. These are how... hold on. Oh yeah, actually, let's go ahead and cover the other pieces to this. So we have the event reward tracks. We talked about the different tasks. This is the different rewards. So the big thing is that you've got the pieces to be able, you got the currency to turn in for your rewards of your choice at the turn-in points. You also have your skill points at 75,000 skill points total, as well as 75 plex total throughout the track. And as with last year, working on the track is how you unlock the SSCT ships. Now, previously, of course, SSCT ships were able to be just earned by just logging in, but now you have to do the actual track, with the Praxis being the final reward at 1,000 points, the final reward before the extension of the track, which we don't know about. So one full set of SSCT ships, 75 plex, 75,000 skill points, and 150, 450, 625, 700 Warpath operational intel currency to turn in for rewards, which we still haven't seen those yet. The prices on those. And then there's also these different Skinner components. We're going to look at the Skinner components in a bit. First, we're going to look at... So this is... None of these are the skins. And the daily login track does have skins. We have boosters and skill points on day 1, skill points in Osprey Navy issue, Capsuleer Day, more Skinner components on day 3, Heron Navy issue, and Evermarks, Imperial Navy Slicer, damage boosters. There's 33 days, so it's every single day. Magnate Navy, Vexor Navy, Probe Fleet, Stabber Fleet. There's a Glamorex booster. Yay. There we go. That's good. Imicus Navy. More Skinner parts. Day 22, there's the big reward. So you have to log in at least 22 days out of the 33 in order to get most, if not all, of the skill points. But then we can see here, oh no, they did keep going. So if you go past the day 23, you get more skill points here. You get the last day is just Evermarks and Skinner Crate, so that's fine. An extra Glamorex booster if you only miss 1 day, an extra accelerator if you only miss 1 day. This feels a little bit better than last time. But it means that most of the battleships and stuff are probably at like rewards for turn-ins, but we'll see. So the Slicer. I actually think the Slicer is going to be a really good ship for the frigates, for the frigate site, because lasers, good projection, fast, just good. You can also get Plex from the challenges. Really? That's cool. Magnate Navy issue. Feels very similar to... Nope, not quite. Okay, fine. It's special and new. Congratulations. It reminds me of... Oh, I know what it reminds me of. I know what it reminds me of. It reminds me of Interstellar Convergence, right? $10 plex for each track completed. Oh, so instead of like a presidential token, it's just 10 plex. Are the new Bastion modules any good? Yes. They're crazy fucking good. The Federation Navy Bastion module on my Paladin increases its DPS by like 5 to 600. They are great. Yeah, see? It's kind of the same vibe. Wait, is this the right one? Hold on. Why do I... This feels weird. Hold on. Gila? Gila has all of the skins. Warp Convergence. Magnate. Aha! See, okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. It's not perfect, obviously, but it is probably what was my brain was keying off of. If we go back to Magnate Navy issue. We can see, like, yeah. Although this specific look, man, I've seen this before. Oh yeah, okay. So it's got like that superliminal, a semiotique superliminal like color look, but with more of the other pattern. Okay, I'm done. I'm done being distracted by that for now. Yeah, it is, yeah, okay. Blue version of semiotique superliminal. Okay, okay, okay. That makes sense. Sorry, guys. I had a moment of madness. That looks pretty good. I do love the Jita star at the front. Although, I mean, I love all these Caldari people that are like, man, CCP clearly loves Galente. And then the entire fucking event skins are all themed Caldari for the second time. So, whatever. Get over it. And yes, if you complain about the CCP like picking on the Caldari, then you do sound like meh. Like that's how I think you sound. I just spoke it right as you were talking. Okay, well. Heron Navy issue. The Navy issue for exploration frigates look really good, and are very good rather. And this looks very good with the hologram in the middle. Osprey Navy issue. This is actually going to be a good one for the Caldari one, because like you could probably set it up to get really good like missiles. It's got good tank, so like it's probably going to get the best bonuses from the Caldari tank. I think would be my go-to for like running the cruiser sites in Caldari Highsec. Not that you should run sites in a Caldari Highsec. Raven Navy issue. Yeah, I again, really great placement for the star. Need a copying Galente things make me think they get annexed or whatchamacallit. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by copying things? What are the Galente copying? Or what are the Caldari copying of the Galente? Huh? Yeah, the Rave issue. This actually looks really good. This looks really good for a ship that I often like. I think this is just the correct skin for that. So this new one's pretty good. Imicus Navy again. Navy exploration frigates are fantastic, and this is actually a decent skin for it. They're getting high-sec squad familiar. Well, all of the empires are doing the high-sec stuff now. Oh, semiotique superliminal is Galente. Oh, yes. Man, there's so much tinfoil to be had with this event so far. Vexor Navy issue. Fantastic ship. I don't know how violent the rats are against drones. I don't know how good the Vexor Navy issue is going to be in the event sites, but Vexor Navy issue is such a fucking strong ship. Megathron Navy issue. Very slick. Firetail. Firetail needs love, man. I'm not gonna lie. There's the Firetail just gets outclassed by too many ships, mostly pirate ships. The Amar have Khanid, Galente have Intaki, Mimitar have Thucker and Nefintar. The former who voluntarily operate independent, the later who are more in one step. Now Kaldari have the Jita faction. Well, it depends. It all really depends. Because, like, remember, Forest faction is highly invested into Jita. So, I don't know, man. But yes, there's the Jita faction. The problem is that like the Caldari are all a group that broke away from the Gallente, so they don't really have the same like group that broke away from them. I guess you could argue Mortis Legion, but you know, whatever. Let Legion come over and take over the Jita. That'll be great. Probe Fleet. Again, they just really good placements of the star. Stabber Fleet. This is another one. This is going to be very good in the event sites, by the way. This thing, Stabber Fleet issue is such a fucking good ship, especially when it comes to punching down. Forest Faction is always no. Forest Faction is almost exclusively harassed by the Guristas. The if anything, the Guristas work with the Ocean Faction, Ishikone. Forest Faction is Lidai. Guristas are constantly exposing Forest Faction malfeasance, harassing their people, etc., etc. Is there some kind of bonus for using faction ships in their faction space? Yes, each empire has a bonus for their faction's ships in their faction space for the duration of this event. Tempest Fleet issue. Yeah. Tempest Fleet issue looks so... The Tempest ship line model is so good. It's just so good. That's it for those. There's also all sorts of weird stuff like Sneaky Sight. So I don't know what Sneaky Sight means or a lot of these other things mean. So who knows for sure. But that's it for this. Oh my god. Are we running low on things to talk about? Hold on. Let me double check Hoboleaks. There's all the boosters, but those are pretty straightforward. Damage, application, projection, defense. All the boosters are pretty standard. Yeah, the sites are called, they have Caldari Fake Faction Warfare Center Structure. So I'm assuming that's what they're populating the site with. Oh, that's right. We do need to read through the rat's histories. That's correct. Correct. Let me pull those up in a second. Let me just make sure. I'm just making sure that I don't have anything else. There is a gold one. There's the Warpath Command Intel. How do you get Command Intel? I thought the Guristas were helping the forest. That was a steep reconciliation lore rise for me pertaining to the alliances. No. Because like the Guristas were the ones that really outed the G244 corporate, you know, malfeasance. Like I'm telling you, you can go back to my video. I have a couple of theories, and like one of the things I've really keyed in on, especially in the last couple of weeks, is that while we do see this history of the Guristas harassing the Caldari a lot, you almost exclusively see it happening between Lidai and their affiliates and the Guristas, which is important because remember, Ishikone, like in right before Eve started, Ishikone was taken over by a Guristas pirate. A Guristas pirate became CEO of Ishikone, which was Ochoguryushi. And then, of course, Ochoguryushi was killed by the broker, and so now Mens Repala is in charge of Ishikone. But the idea that Ishikone would not have contacts with the Guristas now is kind of absurd, especially since the Guristas seem to, at least to me, almost exclusively to go after the enemies of Ishikone. Talk about what you expect to see at FanFest. That is for probably next week. Okay. Sorry, like I said, I'm just going through Hoboleaks real quick, just to make sure there's nothing else. that I missed? Does not look like it. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab the rats. New note, rats 2. Okay, and that's that set. Sorry, they didn't put them in all at the same time, so they're kind of out of order, so I'm having to hunt for them real quick. And there's also going to be duplicates, I think, but we'll see. We'll see. I haven't quite fully. I think that's it. Okay, so we have Babot Hyperion. Babot, an elite mercenary willing to work for any faction during the Warpath conflict. Captain Angela Babot was one of the Federation's most devoted pilots. During the conflict of YC112, she was part of the assault that took out the Titan Shiguru above her home planet on Caldari Prime. Oh, this is going to be such a great opportunity for us to go over so much lore. Hey. Denim Utter, I think. Hey, thank you for that, and glad that you could finally make it. We're probably still going to be going today. Make sure, guys, to hit the little thumbs up button at the bottom of the stream, the like button. That's very, very helpful. Anyway, so basically, during 2008, the Caldari state were in a pretty dangerous position. And this entity known as the Broker kind of steps in and manipulates stuff in order to get this guy named Tybus Heth in control of all of the Caldari Federation, or sorry, the Caldari state. So he like unifies the Caldari state. Usually it's divided between the different mega corporations, but he kind of steps in and like creates his Provost Directorate. And as a big thing, he rallies his navy and assaults Luminaire, the home system of both the Gallente and the Caldari, because the problem is that, you know, years back during the first Gallente-Caldari War, the Gallente orbitally bombarded Caldari Prime, and the Caldari had to flee Caldari Prime to go to New Caldari Prime and abandon Caldari Prime to the Gallente during that time. So then Tybus Heth and his navy comes into Luminaire and takes over and puts a giant Titan in orbit of Caldari Prime as a way of being like, haha, this is ours now. And so now it's this one little pocket of Caldari territory in the middle of Gallente territory. And this remained that way for about 4 years until 2012. Now, by 2012, Tybus Heth has been basically, I'm pretty sure by that point, he'd been driven out of office and out of power. And so then the Gallente, there is this big operation that was a combined operation between Dust 514, the old shooter game that existed back then on the PlayStation 3, and EVE Online, where there were fights that were happening both in Luminaire in space and on the ground. In fact, hold on. We're going to do it this way. Hold on. Sorry. EVE Online. It was Highlander, right? Okay, never mind. It was just the battle for Caldari Prime. So this came out at the time. This was like the video that CCP came out after this whole event went on in order to show off what happened.
Caldari Prime. Are you sure you're up for this?
Attacking a sovereign Caldari planet in the middle of Gallente space. My people can get the job done, but it's gonna be tight. We're gonna need some help getting through.
We're tracking significant movement of Caldari forces towards the border zone. This could be our only chance to take back Caldari Prime.
You handle the Titan. We'll take care of the rest. Overwatch, we are moving forward on District 5. Please stand by in orbit.
Fire up your engines. The blockade ends today. Keep calm. Focus on your primaries. We'll make it through.
I don't know where you got your intel from, but we're getting slaughtered down here. We need that strike.
It's no picnic up here either. We're working on it.
Somebody light up that HAB.
I'm through. Charlie, echo groups, keep them off me as long as you can.
Coordinates locked in.
Heads down. Here it comes.
Yes! That's how it's done. All clear. Moving on to the...
I'm not saying that Caldari have New York accents, but I'm pretty sure Jita residents have New York accents. Yes.
Overwatch. Planetary defenses have been knocked down.
The Leviathan is taking critical damage. Won't be long now.
Okay, so that is what happened to the Shirigoru. We're gonna be well, yeah, that's true. We're mostly hearing Galente there. Either way, the point is that's the first guy. We've made it through one character so far. All right, Razili, an elite mercenary wearing blah blah blah. Thomasina Razili grew up as the rarest of things, an atheist Amar holder. When she could no longer stomach pretending that she shared her family's faith, she stole a ship and left to build a life grounded in logic and reason. That is the life that ended up being structured around violence may, however, be more of a result of her personal predilections than any core tenet of rational thinking. So we have the atheist Amar pilot, or Amar holder, which I do not need to put a video on for, so that's good. Not shown dozens of Galente dreads spawned in waves by CCP so the Leviathan would die. You mean dozens of dreads being brought in by the Galente to make sure that the Titan would die? Yeah, that happened. Talman's Balgorn. Walid Talman is sure beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is a true savant of the Sani Sabek, which is, of course, the religion behind the Blood Raiders. It brings him great rage that he persists that the priests of his faith do not agree, citing his mercantile obsession with the profane as proof that he is not a chosen soul. He has left the order to prove his worthiness at any cost, ignoring the irony that this action may just prove his detractors right. So he's a guy who was not even fit to be a Blood Raider, and so has now decided to just go start killing everybody. Make sense? Babat Thorax, it's the same guy, right? Same description, right? Or same girl. I'm sorry. Then we have the Omen Navy issue, which is the same girl. And then Rude's Vigilant. A former Serpentis executive, Marcus Rude, joined the Federation Navy after his entire family died in an industrial accident caused by the corporation's cavalier attitude with health and safety. An unwavering devotee to his own moral code, Rude is not a mercenary by design, but his knowledge of the Serpentis vessels earned him the capital he needs to enact his revenge. And this is generally like, there's been a lot of lack of concern for the citizenry of the Galente. especially in their industry efforts. So this is kind of more of a general thing than anything else. Rorks. Not many Thuckers leave the Great Wildlands to enlist in the Republic fleet, but Commander Lucan Rourke was never one. That's an interesting statement, since Thuckers are very nomadic. So they leave the Great Wildlands, but they don't necessarily enlist in the Republic fleet. That's true. Lucan Rourke was never one to follow the herd. While at first he's seen to be a daring maverick by his commanding officers, he was eventually discharged when top brass began seeing him as more of an unhinged lunatic. So a Thucker tries to join the Republic fleet, is too much of a rebel, so gets kicked out. Not to be confused with John Rourke, yes. Kuma. Rumors circulate that Kuma was raised by storm bears in the wilds of Caldari Prime, and this is why she cannot speak. They say that she's mastered human weapons after hunters killed her adopted family, and now she accepts Isk as a means to enact her revenge on the species that took everything from her. While the rumors may be false, her deadly fury was undeniable fact. So wait, I'm sorry. So wait, that's not a faction. They're talking about real bears? Hold on. I've heard of storm bears, but I don't. There's a skin for it. The Great Bears of Caldari Prime. Hold on. Hey, I'm learning something today. Caldari Prime may be unwelcoming for those unused to its special charms, but undoubtedly the world's most dramatic land space. Storm bears. Caldari Prime's climate is renowned for being colder than most temperate worlds, but the larger polar and subpolar regions are frigid indeed. So yeah, she was literally raised by bears, like actual bears, like not people. That's not a faction of people, but like literally like bears. Okay, that's why she doesn't speak. Got it. Okay. Raised by wolves, and by wolves I mean bears. But now she's flying a Galente ship? I mean, why not, right? This guy's new. Thorun. Despite once being the greatest warrior, being their greatest warrior, Mara Thorun's obsession with Angel Cartel technology ostracized her from the rest of her clan. Now she fights for Isk, but it is the chance to kill with her beloved vessels that is the real reward. Man, why do I feel like some of these names I should definitely be looking up? Hold on. Nope, didn't find anything. Okay. A feral from Caldari Prime, not new Caldari Prime. Oh yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, for the last 20 years or so, Caldari Prime has been back in Caldari hands thanks to Heth. The bears have ships. No, there is a skin for this though. Hold on. There we go. It is Storm Bear. Yeah. Caldari Prime's climate is renowned for being colder. Oh, wow, okay. The realm of the Storm Bear is far more mountainous than the southern island and is known for the sky-racking storms that sweep the forest slopes of the region. The Storm Bear, also called the Thunder Bear in some Caldari animist traditions, takes its name from the rain cloud gray pelt and its complete fiercelessness, even in the face of the wind, rain, and lightning in the greatest mountain storms. So, like, she grew up, that's pretty rough, in, like, the coldest environments raised by bears. Okay, cool. Ortega. Commander Julian Ortega is something of a strategic prodigy. Having graduated from the Federal Navy Academy at 17, she was assigned to as an intelligence analyst, but became increasingly frustrated at the lack of action and the limited thinking of her peers. Eventually, she resigned her commission and took up a mercenary rather than remain stuck behind a desk. She feels like she's like really channeling vibes of oh god, what's that lady's name? The one from Theodicy. Can't remember her name. Okay, Oran's Arbiter. Born of the Amar Empire, but of Matari heritage. So a Mimitar born in Amar Empire. Orlando Oran won back his freedom through military service. Once he was free, he was not interested in tying himself to a clan he did not know or a tribe he never felt connected to. Instead, he chose the ultimate freedom of life as a freelancer. Now she flies the most bear-looking ship? Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Tallman, we already did. Babat, we already did. Oran, we did. Rurik. Yoshi Rurik found himself destitute and in debt after the corp he was contracted was shuttered due to dishonorable dealings. Refusing to accept death, he fought his way out of the gutter and built a new life of blood and iron. I really wish that they had like specified which of the corporations it was, and I also wish that it was the one that was connected to Glamorix boosters. I can't remember the full story of that, but I've told it before. But that one's fine. These are normal guys. Elijah's typhoon issue. Nope. Oh shoot! Hey, somebody just started the cruiser site. So now I'm going to warp to beta right now. I'm not going to take the site from this guy. I'm going to help him run the site, but I guarantee you, when we get to the site, there's going to be a Caldari structure, and there's going to be Caldari rats. Yeah, Yoshi. I didn't see the Blood Raider guy. Or not the Blood Raider guy, the Sancha one. Everybody's freaking out about the Sancha one. Did I miss the Sancha one? Look at that. Look at that. Oh, yeah, it's totally separate from the rest of them. Awesome. Perfect. Look at that. Normal rats and Galente structure. Right. Caldari rats, Galente structure, because we're in a Galente system. Right. So that's crazy. There's a crazy good advantage for running the sites in Concord space, because you don't have to deal with the rats. You only have to deal with the named rats, which are the only, like, this is just wasting ammo for me, right? I have to kill these rats, but I don't get anything for killing these rats at all. There's no loot, there's no track rewards, nothing. So if I did it when I do it in Concord space, though, I only ever get the named rats, which it means I only ever get the ones that count for me. Now, granted, that definitely, if everybody does that, then everybody's just going to be stepping on everybody's sites. But, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, Galente structures color rats. I had it backwards. My bad. All right, well, we're just going to sit here and help run this site for this dude. While I pull up. This guy. Sancha Yosaki. Sasa Yosuke was born a true citizen of Sancha's nation. Now, the true citizens were the ones that are not slaves. They're the ones that have, like, they still retain their higher functions, as it were. After realizing the true horror of the people, they fled. Now they work as a mercenary to earn money they need to bring up their own totalitarian dictatorship the right way, without mind control. That's funny. Is there a new Eden news out for the event? Yes, we covered it earlier. Oh, we had a guy named... We had a Boosted Adam saying, hi and good content. Yay, I hope he's here. Are you still here, Boosted? In which case, 07, sorry I didn't notice your local earlier. I'm in beta, right? Gonna let them know that I'm just gonna run this site for them. They can go do the other sites. The most moral true citizen. Yeah, well, I mean, like, the true citizens didn't always, like I said, they're not completely enslaved to Sancha. I mean, Cornelius Sedek used to be a true citizen as well. All right. What else is there to do and talk about today? We've done the cruiser site. I need to go get a frigate and do the frigate site. I think we're going to save tomorrow to do the exploration site. My plan is to do a more cohesive, like, how to get the most out of this event tomorrow. Hold on. Hopefully they're looking at local. They might not be looking at local, but if they are, then they'll know how to get most light loot. I love that. We're going to make a totalitarian regime, but we're going to make it without mind control. Good stuff. Anything else we need to play around with today? Oh, we have to go to a turn-in. We have to go to a turn-in, right? We have to go to a turn-in. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if all of these locations were, you know, linked, so that way you don't have to do this over and over again? Yeah, we'll just go to the one in Dodixia. Oh, well, actually, I want to go to the one in Luminaire, because then we can at least go and look at the Operation Highlander site. Once I've completed this site, which it'll be very quick, I'm almost done. I'm at 280 out of 300, so like in 30 seconds, 20-30 seconds. We should be pretty close to done with this site, and then I'll run over to Luminaire. We'll look at the turn-in, and then we'll talk about whether or not we want to go see about the turn-ins in the other Empire space. It's worth noting that if you notice, out of the rats that spawned, we have 2 acquisition MOAs and 1 holding MOA. There seems to be 1 warp disruptor per wave, and that would be the holding MOA of the 3. What just happened? Oh, it's secure. They're leaving. Got it. And then he's going to secure Alpha, and then Gamma is going to be disabled, and the whole site's going to finish. Oh, wait. Whoa. Hold on. Where's my Nurgle? Actually, I need a frigate. I need a frigate. Frigate. Maybe an assault frigate would be better. Oh, wait. Hold on. No, that's going to be awful. I need an actual frigate. Nope. Yeah, I think I just got to go here. Let's go. I'm going to go grab my Nurgle so we can do the frigate site and call that part good. Hey, Jeff, thank you for that. Yep, I try to stream at least twice a week. So this week, actually, we didn't stream on Tuesday when we normally do. So I will be streaming tomorrow, and we'll see about the rest of the weekend. I don't know for sure. Make sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. I keep up on the latest and greatest in EVE Online. I've got plenty of playlists with tutorials, including a fitting master course with basically every single module that you could possibly ever need and everything you might need to know about how to fit ships. I also do cover a lot of the lore and the history of the EVE. I've got playlists for that and other videos and stuff like that. Also, happy to answer any questions that you might have about the game, about the lore, etc. You might often see me in Rookie Chat if you're new. I will say, if you are new to the channel, please make sure to subscribe. Consider becoming a supporter. But more importantly, if you haven't already, you can get 1,000,000 free skill points right now by using the link down below or in the chat. It gives you 1,000,000 free skill points, and it goes to one of the people that helped make my show and the Convocation of Empyreans in game possible. Also, the Convocation of Empyreans are recruiting. We are here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. We're here to help you find things to do and get to be able to do what you want to do in EVE Online. You can feel free to reach out to us and come and join our Discord and the corporation in game. Of course, we're recruiting, so you're welcome to join. No experience required. We have weekly moon mining ops and other fleets and operations in order to make to give our players things to do. Here's Ulite. Hold on. Oh no. Okay, so Complex Alpha is open, which means the defense complex is open, but not the defense grid. Because if the defense grid was open, we would have an alpha, a beta, and a gamma. So only the defense complex is open. So we're gonna warp to the defense complex real quick, just to check. There should be no normal rats, and there should be no structures, if we're correct. Now, again, this is one of the things. What I'm talking about right now might be changed tomorrow. This could be a bug that they fix. I don't really see a reason to, per se, but you come back, if you like, oh, I need to go do these sites in Caldari or Concord space. It may not be true tomorrow. So, but we're looking at it for now. It's a ever-shifting thing. Yep, look at that. No rats. No rats at all. And you can tell, if you notice, this is what I meant earlier. I'm in a cruiser. I can come into the site. I can kill the rats if they spawn. But I don't count for the site. So I'm not making any progress. I'm not getting any rewards. This site is going to complete in 4 minutes and probably fail. I can't make it succeed. I could go to the defense grid sites, this complex alpha, beta, and gamma that's at 2.9 AU away, which is the same as the grid. Like this site I would be able to do with my Ikitursa. But because I'm not in a frigate right now, the rats spawn. This Incursus spawns. I can kill it. But here's the funny thing about that. Hold on. I killed it. Oh, it did count as a mercenary kill. Okay, great. So you can get credit towards mercenary kills, even if you're in the wrong size ship. But you can't progress the site if you're in the wrong ship. Okay? So there we go. Also, please make sure to do an exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. While we're traveling, let's go ahead and look at the disaster that people are having today. This is the Sentry node. The Sentry node is a new, I'm going to say new rat, that was added in today as part of this event. This is what's inside of the hacking site, and they arm themselves if you mess up the hacking site. So we can see here this long string of people. They're all in low sec, so low sec and wormhole space. So this is not the high sec site or anything like that. But we can see 2.3 billion ISK pod. Oh boy, man. What a... Why, that's insane. Yep, Virtue and Black Glass. That's an Explorer pod. Explorers are not used to getting podded, so they're probably extremely unhappy. Yep, here we go. Virtue, Black Glass, Prospector. If you've ever wanted to know what implants to get for your hacking clone, here you go. Virtue, Black Glass, Prospector. I just saw the Capsuleer Day and Opportunities. How do you find these sites? So to find the sites themselves, now they're all over the place, but if you want to find them easily, you can open up your Opportunities window, and then over here, third thing down, should be Capsuleer Day. And then if you click on that, you should see all of the nearby sites. Level 1 means it's the frigate site. Level 3 means it's the cruiser site. That's probably your best bet for finding the sites. How did I miss that? Because Eve is a very complicated game and there's a lot going on, and like the idea that you get it all and off the bat is the reason why I know all this shit is because not only have I spent several hours so far today figuring it all out, but I've got people messaging me as soon as this stuff goes live. I've got people messaging me. So like, don't feel bad that you're learning the stuff now. I learned this stuff like an hour ago. Or like a few hours, you know what I mean? I mean, like some of this stuff, maybe not. Opportunities is obviously like, these are things that you just kind of get good at and learn. Opportunities is a great place to find content. Also, the agency. The other thing you can do is you can go into the agency under exploration. You can go to exploration, anomalies, and then you'd be able to see sites that are within one jump of you at least. Should be able to see them. Yeah, defense grid right there. Okay. So I'm going to switch to a Nurgle. Again, not the best ship for this, but it's going to be the ship I'm using right now. Any specific weapon type, like explosive, etc.? Ooh, I haven't really checked the rats' resistances. So now we're looking for a complex. Right? Because a grid is the cruiser-sized one. The complex is the frigate-sized one. So we're going to go here. Nurgle fit. This is just my normal event Nurgle. I use it for a lot of different things. Basically anything that's not in the Abyss. So it's a disintegrator, 2 cap batteries, 2 reps, reactive armor hardener, abyssal damage control, capacitor control circuit, EM shield reinforcer, and of course you can change the utility high to whatever you want. You do not need the blingy blingy oh my god reps, but they're also not that expensive for frigates. Complex Alpha looks like it's already being run. So we're just going to go look at it, I suppose. Although it's within, hold on. It's within a pretty close to me, and it doesn't have anybody in it. At least neither of these can be running it. Yeah, okay, so there's a Sleipnir in here, but he can't run it. He can kill the rat, but he can't run the site. Yeah, he's only got there's only 2 minutes left. No! Alright, well, I'm not going to be able to finish this site. Because I'm pretty sure you only get like, let's actually see. Let's actually see. We've got 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Let's see how many points we earn in 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Because my guess is going to be right around 127 seconds. Oh, god damn it. We're going to have rats. Never mind. God damn it. I mean, basically, we're at 0 still, so whatever. Well, this one has 2 holdings, which I assume means that there's 2 points in this in that wave. So maybe it's not just 1 every time. Okay, so 1 minute and 30 seconds, and we're at 2. Excuse me. Oh. They probably have similar... Oh yeah, very flat resists. Damage types are probably consistent with what you would expect from that rat type. So EM thermal for Amar, thermal kinetic for Galente. Caldari might be different. Mimitar would be explosive kinetic? Or just explosive? We'll have to see. Thank you, Saito Greg. I'm 70, member of Signal Cartel. Really enjoying your content. 07 to you and all of Signal Cartel. Great, folks. Anyone know how to claim the stuff of the complex? You just have to open up the box and loot it. We had a minute and a half, right? So we had a minute and a half, and we made, that's 60, 90 seconds. And we made, yeah, so it's almost a point. It's basically a point a second. There might be a little bit of deviation here or there, but it's effectively a point a second. So it's 300 seconds. That's what, 5 minutes? 5 minutes total to complete the site, assuming there's no rats. Give or take. I can't spell Luminaire. I can't spell anything, by the way. I don't know if you guys know that, but I have dyslexia, so it doesn't surprise me at all that I can't spell something. Should I become a pirate? I've been playing for 11 days. Yar? No, so when the site is complete, a little box should spawn that you can loot. I don't know what you mean by becoming a pirate, but you should do whatever you want to do. I will say that the pirate life is a very rough life, especially for a new player. You may want to spend some time getting your bearings and understanding the game. Maybe run some of the Abyss, get some loot under your belt, learn how to manually pilot, learn how to use D-scan, and then, you know, piracy. Although that said, right now is a great time for piracy. Just go to any site. If you go to an event site, here's how to pirate right now, okay? This is bad behavior, okay? Bad behavior. Naughty, okay? This is how to do it. You warp to one of the complexes at range, right? I'm going to be in a frigate, so I don't want to warp into the site at 0, because I don't want to be grabbed by the rats. I want to be able to get off by the time the rats, you know, they can't point me. That would be a problem, probably. So I'm going to hopefully land where they aren't. And I can see here, I can see that this site, okay, well, this isn't going to work. But actually, yes, it is. Hold on. It's uncontested. Oh, why is it uncontested? It's 299 out of 300. Okay. Oh, never mind. Hold on. As soon as the extraction point spawns, you just warp. So, okay. Shit, I fucked this up. All right. Well, so the point is that you find out how long it takes for the site or how much it left in the site. Since the site is almost done, you just warp directly to the extraction point. As soon as the extraction point spawns, this is it. This is the entire loot. This is the only thing that matters. So it doesn't matter. All of the guys who ran the site, fuck them all. They don't get anything. I come to the supply crash, and I grab the loot. Bum. Done. I just did the site. I got all the value from the site. I didn't do anything. I jumped into the site. I stole it from everybody. I'm assuming somebody's going to show up here in a minute and get mad at me. I don't remember which one of these I got. You could have to go back into the thing to figure out which one of these things are from here. I assume it's one of these two. So I got like 3 million ISK or so and a historic Capsuleer. Stole it from whoever it was that was running the site. Although the fact that nobody's showing up to get the stuff is very funny to me, right? Like right now, that's it. There's nothing protecting this cache at all. So if you see that there's somebody running the site because you see the alpha, beta, gamma, then you can technically just wait for the extraction point and then just run in and grab it. No suspect flag, no penalties, no problems, no nothing. Again, might get fixed, but you want to be a pirate? Yar yar fiddly dee. There's your piracy. This is the box for the cruiser site. In the frigate site, it's like above. It's at the top of the site. I'll have to run a site to show you. Should have figured you were streaming. Yeah, I mean, you know, especially today. I legitimately feel kind of bad now. Where's my warping? Hold on. Overview. Here we go. Was that alpha? It was alpha, right? Oh, there he is. Oh, they're shooting the structure. They're mad. Big mad. It is 19 of this, and we'll do 33 of this. Or I can just hand you 10 million if you want. This is what's so great about the sandbox, right? Like, sure, like this is how this works. Technically, I was able to steal it, but now I can like, hey, man, and I offer you 10 million ISK as a thank you to somebody. Like, this is the sandbox in action. I love it. That said, I think that this whole like you can steal the can thing is going to be the #1 source of like angst in this entire event for sure. Oh, a complex just spawned. Excellent. I'm going to go do that. That's the frigate one. He is not responding to me. You can watch my stream if you want to learn. So again, so now I'm in Orifay. So I'm in Caldari space, but there's no rats because I'm not in Caldari. I'm in Concord space, so there's no rats. Well, I'm in Evermore space, so there's no rats. Sorry, I'm explaining to him what went wrong. I'm a bad noodle. Said hello and no local. Hey, I'm not bad. I'm offering him 10 million. That's not bad. I was testing. So I did an oopsie. I either lost a drone to NPCs or I warped away and got -1 gecko. Oh no! That sucks. Speaking of which, we're going to drop drones just to see if these rats attack them. So in the same way, when this can spawns, it doesn't matter who is here. It doesn't matter who contributed the most. Whoever gets to loot the can wins. So this jackdaw is probably going to loot. Oh, hey. This jackdaw, who I guess I'm friends with, will likely take the can from me. By the way, guys, how's the mic doing? Is the mic good? There is like I have a dial that can change the gain and everything, but like I feel like it's a lot better than the other one for sure. Oh, jackdaw left. Excellent. I'm just going to shoot him 10 million. Five by 5. Hell yeah. I'm also Logan. We have chatted. Excellent. Well, I chat to a lot of people, but good. Sorry. I'm often very bad with names. Your name does sound familiar, though. Seems familiar. I don't know. We are halfway done with this site. And we've only had one rat spawn. It's really funny that these sites are broken in areas of space that aren't owned by one of the empires. About Incursus. Yeah, so we can see here damage is kinetic and explosive. So the damage types are not exactly right, but the resistances are basically... I mean, he's not going to be a shield tank, so it's well... they look like they do have different resistance profiles, so it may depend. But also the elite ones can be anything, so it's really... you basically just need to go Omni. It's just CCP quality, normally broken in some way on day one and then gets fixed. Yeah. Well, some people were like, oh my God, why doesn't CCP QA stuff? Well, there's a lot of, I mean, like, it's a complicated thing. It would take a lot of work to, in order to QA absolutely everything, you know, whatever. But at the same time, the other thing you got to remember is that, like, events are basically, I don't know what he just said. Like, you can think of everything that's going on in this event and the previous event and the last several events is probably beta testing for military campaigns. So, like, this is the test. Honestly, some things I could blame on QA. Some things are the kind of things that just probably wouldn't have even been caught by QA. It's a very complex interacting system. Okay, so the site's almost over. Boom. The site ended. Wait. Wait. Do I have to go to the extraction point even in the frigates? I thought with the frigate site I was able to loot it in the site. Wait. I'd rather not know all the details until launch versus knowing everything before it starts. I agree. Wait. Did I do something wrong? Wait. This guy... No, that's the same... This is the same one. This is the one I was just at. Wait. Okay. So, the person that said that they couldn't find a can... I was just there. I even... Okay, the site still exists, but I didn't get a can. Is that... What a mess. Okay, hold on. So what you're telling me is frigate sites won't give rewards in non-Empire space? I mean, I guess that kind of makes sense. So, guy who said that your can couldn't be found, was it in an Empire space or was it in non-Empire space? Mimitar. So it was owned by the Mimitar. 100% owned by the Mimitar. Like in the top left, it said Mimitar Republic up here. You can tell me what system it was. Well, I mean, if you want. Or it's just not working right? Okay, look. I can tell you for a fact, I did a frigate site this morning before stream, and the can spawned right above everything else. I assume, was there buildings in the site? Or was it empty like this one? We're going to keep heading to Luminaire. Fascinating. There were buildings. Okay. Maybe you missed the can. Maybe it's just not spawning. We're going to have to figure it out. I'm not quitting stream today until I'm satisfied I understand this event. At least to a certain extent. We could go try to find one of the low-sec hacking sites. No, if I remember correctly, it was like above the central building. I have no idea what you mean. I mean, that's Hemitar. That's 100% Mimitar space. Okay. Complex Alpha. Hold on. There's another Complex Alpha here. Because there's only an Alpha, I know it's a frigate site. I didn't even need to check. All right, so we have 4 minutes left, and we're at 180, so we're definitely going to complete it. And this time there are rats, and there is structures. Are you sure you didn't show up to the site too late, and so it didn't finish? Like you didn't actually successfully capture the site because it like timed out too fast? That might have been it. Start conversation. Oh, FTU. Hey, hell yeah. Yantey Faction Warfare pilot. I don't even get a timer on the ones I've been doing. You should see the timer down here on the left-hand side. You can, if you don't see it down here, you might see the opportunities charm up here. You might need to click it to make it appear. But while you're in the site, this should be visible. Maybe you found a site that was already finished and failed or something. There has been a lot of things, especially with the hacking sites, not despawning correctly. The ticket is to win. We're giving away a copy of Rebel Galaxy and its expansion. Or not expansion, but it's like, I guess, sequel? I don't know. My English is malo. I'm assuming that means bad. You've done the whole 300 countdown thing? Well, you mean count up, I assume? Because, yeah, you need to get to 300 points before the time ends. No Rex at all? Well, that's even weirder. We've got 36 points to get and a minute and a half to do it, so we should be fine. Hey, what's up, Ill Will? I feel like I haven't seen you in a while. Why is the catalyst 32 kilometers away? That seems far. So if I remember correctly, the can should spawn like right up here at the top of above the complex, but we're going to see. It's completed, and there's the can. Okay, so there is a can, and it did. No, the complex turned into the can. That happened in the last one, and I just missed it? No. I feel like that's different than the last one. Somebody please tell me if I'm crazy. I feel like the last one just failed. It couldn't transform because it wasn't there. Interesting. I could only orbit it and approach. Yeah, something might be happening wrong with the site that's causing the structure to not change over correctly, maybe? I don't know. I don't know if he's going to go after the loot either, but I'm just going to leave it here. Because we got to get the Luminaire. Are there any scan sites in null? The better scan sites are in high sec, or sorry, in low sec, in wormhole space. I don't know of any. I don't think anything is spawning in null at all. Is that true? Yeah. I'm pretty sure nothing is spawning in nullsec right now. Can't find can on Minimatar space. Either way, whatever. Not my problem. Oh, complexes. Okay, let's do another complex. Let's see if we can see anything different. Yeah, Null does have their own content. Go fight Frat. Switch to occult. My occult range is like 6k, which is rough. Nurgle always struggles. I almost always use Mystic with Nurgle just because occult is so short on the Nurgle. But right now they're letting me get away with it. What did you just bring up there? Do we another complex? If you bring up the probe window, you can see the complexes there. They spawn there before they appear. Like they only appear on as a beacon when somebody starts warping to it for the first time. So they'll start out on in the probe window. Oh, here's a worm. Can you cloak inside the sites? Unknown, but well, I'm at 0 right now. I'm still at 0. I'm assuming I have to get outside of the dotted lines, but oh, nope. I could cloak. In theory, I'd be able to cloak right now. But I assume that if I was cloaked, I would not be considered defending the site. I assume. I don't know for sure. Yeah. I still think that the nastiest thing to do is just wait till somebody's... Like, this guy's running this defense grid, right? So I could watch this defense grid to see when they're about to finish it and then just go to the extraction point and steal their loot from them. Oh, man. All 3 sites are being run right now because you see there's 3 alphas and then there's a beta and a gamma. Gears are spinning. Uh-oh. You can also run these sites in low sec. I don't think the low sec site has any additional rewards other than the fact that you can do the battleship version. We will probably do the low sec site at some point soon in a bunch of Drex to see how well that works. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and throw out our drones just to see how much they get targeted. Now you can see my incoming DPS. Well, I mean, in a lot of event sites, they would have already been killing my drones, and they're not. So, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that the Hilo would actually be pretty good for the site, especially since these guys are not targeting my drones. If my drones don't get targeted this whole time, then we're go for Gila. Also, we did see the worm in here earlier, so I'm assuming they're not that bad on drones. So Gila would probably be an excellent option. That said, though, it's a Garissa ship, not a Caldari ship. So if you want to get the faction bonuses for flying the faction ship in the faction space, you would need to use like a Caracal, not a Gila or a Cerberus. Are there passive Cerberuses? It seems like a really silly thing under normal conditions, but could be really good in this event. Not really? Boo. I mean, it's definitely not designed for it, but I was just thinking because like the Drake is not like it's a great ship to rely on passive tank, but it's also not great to run the sights in. Yes, hicks are totally allowed. There is no gate. You just warp in. Everything's allowed to be on grid. So this is all considered PvE. I would consider all of this PvE. Now, if you're in low sec, then I would consider it PvPvE because you know you're doing a PvE site that could easily be interrupted by PvP. But this is 100% a PvE encounter. There's really no way in this event for it to become PvP in high sec because there's no suspect flags involved. There's no loot to steal to cause a suspect flag. The only PvP portion of this is stealing the final loot. My drone has been targeted by the rats all the time, but never by the elite. Oh, yep. I did just get one of my drones have been targeted. Two of my drones got targeted by the rats, but that was also right as they warped in, so they didn't have a valid target yet. It's still not nearly as bad as previous event rats have been. Onyx time? Yeah. I kind of want to fly a Phantasm. No conflict with my signal cartel, no conflict unless attack code. Yes. You, as a signal cartel member, you should have no problems whatsoever in these sites. I don't know, man. The Onyx can be really fun. Probably a hack will be better, theoretically. But it's still not an Onyx, though, so... I still think that, like, the Osprey Navy issue... Like, the Navy issue cruisers are probably going to be real big winners. Pirate cruisers are going to be good, too. Hacks are... I mean, like, obviously. Like, hacks are fantastic. The Deimos I saw earlier was just blowing things up. I mean, a Cinnable could be good just for the warp speed bonus, too. I think actually a Cinnable might be all around the best one. I mean, it doesn't get any of the bonuses from the Empire stuff, but it gets to warp fast, it shoots far enough. Cinnable could be really good. Oh, complex is over? And here's another, what is that, 4 million? All right, let's keep going. There's other people running. Well, actually, let me just double check to make sure this other complex is being ran correctly. So also, like I said, I just ran this complex, and I can kind of, since I know this defense grid is around, I can just kind of wait to see when the extraction pops up. And as long as I'm like really paying attention and I see when the extraction pops up, I could theoretically be the first one to it. Especially if I'm in like an interceptor. This whole extraction stealing thing is it's possibly pretty spooky. Where are we at with this site? 12 minutes. I'm just going to leave them to it. I've got nothing more to learn from this one. The Stormbringer would also inadvertently kill the blue rats. Probably. And has a lot more chance of accidentally triggering one of the things. There was some things about losing standings, but as you can see, this entire day, I haven't lost standings at all. From my understanding, there was like 1 or 2 structures in 1 or 2 of the sites that were causing the standings losses. So be careful and don't shoot structures. So again, probably don't want to use the Stormbringer for the site. At least not today. Let them fix the standing stuff first. What if you wanted to trigger the bad stuff? Well, I mean, if you want to just tank your faction standings for no good reason, go for it, I guess. It is a sandbox. If you want to tank your faction standings, I have a few ideas for how to do it more efficiently, though. Running another complex now? Good luck. I hope it works out for you. Is it also Mimitar? Okay, let me know how that works. Okay, so we are in Luminaire, which has Federation Quartermaster Trader. So we're going to warp to the Federation Quartermaster Trader, and we're going to get ganked because we're in a frigate. What is that sound outside? Hold on. Hold on. This mic is supposed to have a... I don't know what that was. All right. Okay. So now that I'm at the site, so this building is the big thing. Okay. So if I access the Quartermaster Trader, we should be able to see. Okay. So here's all the traits. Ready? So we have Accelerator crates, Booster crates, Glamorous crates. So that's all 100 each. And then we have the Cerebral Accelerator, that's 200. And then the Extended, that's 200. So these are just guaranteed to get the better one. Then there's the different Federation boosters. So I assume that each of the empires have their own boosters. And then you have the Bastion module blueprint, which is 4,000 points. Wow. Okay. Come on, Zoe. Come on. Hold on. Treat. No, it's okay. Man, she gets so spooked out by the camera. I'm so sorry. And then Officer Integrated Analyzer Blueprint. So that's that one for 5,000 points. Holy shit. Okay. So those are going to be able to be sold and bought on the market. Then we have the different Skinner stuff, which we still haven't covered yet. So we have the Comet and Megathron skins. So 2 skins per empire, which makes sense, right? Capsuleer Day XXII? It's XXII, right? 22? Yeah. Comet. This must be... Okay, so you have all the ones that are in the reward track, and then you have a battleship and a frigate for each empire. The Navy issue frigate and the Navy issue battleship, probably, for each empire, I'm assuming. Is it 23? Wait, is this 23? Hold on. Oh, it is 23. I was right. It was just they added the extra I for me. That's good. Oh, no. Hey, Zoe, don't be scared. Be scared. It's okay. It's okay. There you go. There's his treat. All right. Ashrothi wants to gift Sargon a Bastion module. I mean, if I had a bunch of them, I would. Probably. I don't know. Ask me in a couple weeks and I might. Yeah, it's 4,000 points, which would, I mean, like, okay, so you get points by completing the track, but you also get points per item. So you'd have to just do a lot of different stuff. We also need to finish the track to see what the gold rewards are from. Wait, is there any of the gold rewards? Hold on. Nothing here is for the gold prize. I wonder if that's for the secret. Hold on. You're okay. You're okay. People would love to say hi to you, but you don't have to. I am talking to my dog, if anybody's curious. Notepad. You're okay. As soon as she sees that I notice, she's running away. I don't know why you're so scared. There's more treats. Go ahead and sit down. What's weird is she comes out here it's like she knows when I'm streaming. When I'm just hanging out with like Malak or whatever on Discord, she comes and like yells at me and makes me want to go for a walk. When I'm not doing anything, she comes and just hangs out. And then when I'm streaming, she acts like she's terrified of it. So I don't know. Any advice on running sites, ships to use, etc.? Omni tank fit as if it's for PvP. There's a little bit of all of the different E-War, but not too much. Honestly, the sites are not very hard for their category. The danger of the rats are not the major piece. So my question is, okay, so the operational intel, we see this. This is the thing that's gotten for doing activities, and we can see that there's rewards to get that in. But like the officer mod is just more of those. Hey, she laid down. But then there's this other thing, this command intel, which I thought was going to be more like the presidential conflict or the presidential token. But that would mean that the officer mod should be with these tokens and not those other tokens. Which ship am I using? I'm using an Ikki Tursin and Nurgle just because I feel like it. Technically speaking, I would say that the most badass Emperor-specific ship for that type, so like the Hack or the Assault Frigate, would be best. Because you want to be the correct Empire for the correct Empire space that you're using to get those bonuses. Especially in Gallente and Caldari, to a lesser extent Mimitar. Yeah, I don't know what these Warpath command intels are for. And it says it can be traded for equipment at the quartermaster. All right, so then we have the Skinner stuff, which we haven't looked at yet. There is unlimited Skinner stuff. I love that. Yeah, I don't know what the gold tokens are for. I'm assuming that that's going to be, hey man, Avalanche is great. You just won't progress any sites. Okay, let's look at the Skinner stuff. We have advancing lines unlimited. So it looks like there's no Skinner colors. There's only patterns. And let me double check here. On Hobo Leaks. I hope that catalyst doesn't kill me. Wait. There is no Skinner stuff that was added today. So when was this added? Oh, right. It was added when the Stargates got damaged. Right. I remember when they added this. Okay. So we still have... Wait. Okay. So this means a couple of things. Let me grab these real quick, and then I can show you them. Okay, so we have the damaged Stargates from... Hey guys, don't open the damaged Stargates in-game, because that apparently crashes your client. Okay, hold on. I haven't seen a hard crash in Eve. Hard crashes in Eve is very very rare. So would a golem work because it's Caldari? It doesn't have to be the right site too. So the golem would work, but only in the low sec sites. Have I done any Skinner tutorials? I don't know how to do a Skinner tutorial. During my 10K sub video from like 2 weeks ago, I celebrated that by making a bunch of custom skins for people, and I do try to do that fairly frequently now as a giveaway. So I show people how I do my Skinners, but like a Skinner guide, actually it might be worth doing like a Skinner guide. I don't know. I want to wait to do any more guides. I'm probably going to wait, besides like this event, I'm going to wait till FanFest to see what gets announced, because I'm going to do like a Skinner guide, and then FanFest, they're going to announce some new component to it, and it's going to completely obsolete everything I've said. Maybe more rewards after the carrier stuff next week. Well, yeah, well, also the last week, right? So I assume that this, maybe the gold prizes are for the last week. There's no mention of it anywhere. It's just I saw them being added via Hobo Leaks. It's the only reason why we know of it. Why isn't it launching? Oh God. Oh God. Don't do this. Let me try again. Otherwise, this might be it for the day. They removed a paragraph from this morning. Wait, what? From where? You have a bunch of Skinner stuff and no idea how to do what to do with them? We could definitely cover Skinner stuff soon. Just keep bugging me about it. It's probably not going to be today. There's too much other stuff to do. A new player, enjoy your content. The voice of New Eden. Poor choice of a motto, IMO. I mean, I like it. I've been saying it for years. You gotta have a thing. How difficult are the high second frigate and cruiser sites? I mean, I've been doing them exclusively in like assault frigates and assault cruisers, but easy. All right. Well, can I open up my other client? I'm going to blame my computer for this, not CCP. Task manager. And it gives us a few seconds to open up. If it fails, I'm just going to force close all my Eve accounts and clients and stuff, and then try again. And if that works, or if that doesn't work, we're just going to have to wrap things up. All right, I'm going to update the launcher. And I'm going to close all of my extra copies of Eve EXE. Eve Online and all those. Okay. Now I relaunch the launcher. I will also definitely do the giveaway. Make sure to exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. While this is trying to launch, I'm actually going to manage that now. So last chance, exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. It is going to be a copy of Rebel Galaxy and a copy of Rebel Galaxy Outlaw. You get to pick whichever one you want, and then I'll pick again, and then the other person will get the other one. You might want to double check and do an exclamation point plunder because we've got very few people that are counted as listed. I've only got 18 people in here, and there's a lot of people. I've seen a lot of stuff. So just exclamation point plunder for your chance to win. Try to get in there. Make sure you get a ticket. Let me refresh this just in case it's also wrong. My client's not launching, so let's just switch to, is this gonna work? Hold on. Whoop. Hey, there we go. Now you can see the guinea pigs better. Okay, now I got lots of, okay, maybe it just hadn't updated yet, so that's fine. Okay, Eve is not launching, so we're just gonna assume that today is the end of the day for Eve. We'll have to look at the Skinner stuff and other stuff tomorrow. I apologize. But we are going to do the giveaway and then call it good. Don't run. She does not want to come say hi to you guys. I am so sorry. If you do want to see pictures and videos of Zoe, though, I do post them on the Astaroth the Decanted channel, both in-game, or sorry, the YouTube Astaroth the Decanted channel, as well as the Discord. Once again, thank you so much to Morcar for giving me these codes so that way I can give them out to you guys. I'm going to close the giveaway in about 10 seconds, 20, or in about 30 seconds or so. If you did a plunder and didn't get a ticket, it could be because you weren't subscribed. Sometimes YouTube's wonky. Just do it 2 or 3 times if you need to. Compare, I see you. You're good. Sargon, you got it. Sergeant, yep, looks like that one's good. Logan. Man, I wish that, like, I'm happy that I switched from Twitch to YouTube. But when it comes to things like giveaways and Twitch integration, like, man, I wish YouTube would catch up with Twitch. Logan. Do we have Logan on here? Yes, Logan, you're already in. You're good. Okay. And compare, it worked for you too already. Yep, I already have you. Okay, great. We are going to close this now. Yes, compare, you got in. We're going to do 2 polls. The first poll gets to choose which one of the 2 that they want. The second person gets the other one. It's Rebel Galaxies and Rebel Galaxy Outlaw on Steam. So I have not played them myself. These codes are from Morcar, but I did want to, he's kind enough to give them for us to do that, to do giveaways. So here we go. Why is this? Hold on. Why can't I pick a winner? Okay, here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Jamaican McCrazy, you have won the full code. Do you want the original or do you want Outlaw? Outlaw. Okay, great. So then the next person will get the original one. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Zedekiss. Zedekiss, are you here? Zedekiss 5435. Are you here? Going once. Going twice. Stream delay would suck right now. All right, well, he'll have a chance, even if I pull again. If he pulls out, if he responds before somebody else, then all right, we're gonna pull again. In 3, 2, 1. Roscoe, are you here? This is the awkward part of the giveaways. Everybody wants me to do giveaways, but then it's like, Are you here? And then we get to sit around and wait. Roscoe, are you here? Going once. Going twice. Okay, then. I can't say that word. Just kidding. 1126. You are here. Okay, great. So if you hit me up on Discord, are you on Discord? You hop into my Discord there. You can, if you DM me, and tell me who you are, then I will get you that code. And of course, Jamaican, you get the other one. Congratulations to both of you. But unfortunately, since I'm probably going to have to reboot my computer in order to get Eve to work again, I'm just going to have to say, I've been Ashrothi. I've been playing this game since 2010, talking about it since 2012, and I'm here to put Eve into context for you, my fellow Empyreans. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. I know there's a lot going on today. I hope that today has been a great, lots and lots of information. Feel free to go back and watch the stuff about the New Eden news and all that sort of stuff. It's been, we should, barring craziness, I will be back tomorrow to do like a follow-up. Here's how to get the most out of the event. Today was very much just trying to figure things out. So I hope to see many of you guys tomorrow. Make sure before you leave, you like the channel, which doesn't mean the heart in the chat, under the chat. It means the thumbs up under the video. Consider becoming a supporter as a member of the channel, or a patron, or picking up some merch like this software developer not equal tech support t-shirt, or this Convocation of Empyreans mug. There's other options too. There should be links down below for all of that. Also, make sure if you haven't ever gotten your 1,000,000 free skill points from CCP, to use the link down below or in chat for your 1,000,000 skill points. It does help out those who help out the channel. Sorry, Soapy, the giveaway is over. Also, if you're interested, come join us in the Convocation of Empyreans. You can just hang out with us on the Discord if you want. Or you can come and join us in game. We are here to maximize player engagement with EVE Online. And we also have another group, the Invited, who are to advance the efforts of the Deathless across the cluster. But really, we're here to just make Capsuleer life better for everyone. I'll be cloaked, but I'll be there. Hell yeah. All right. Well, so yeah, tomorrow I should be back with more, but I think that's about all of the juice I can squeeze out of today. So with all that said, I do want to give a special shout out to my top tier supporters, including my Immortal tier patrons: 745 MPSI, Arydanika the Queen, Bad Boy Smooth, Eboleet, Erladis, Elange, Flash Gordon, Grims, May, Malak, Starfire, Malin, Mercuton, Mike, Michael, Nihilum, LM1, Sheesh, Susuro, Thrans, and Rid. Thank you so much. Yes, Final Fantasy XIV is now free all the way up to Shadowbringers, which is, in my opinion, the big one. So if you've never tried Final Fantasy XIV, it's a great thing to try out. We're on the Goblin server, Crystal Cluster, if you're interested in hanging out with us there. We also play Raid Shadow Legends, so we could always use help in clan bosses and clan v clans and stuff. Hit us up in Discord for more information on that. But with all that said, I've been Ashrothi, the voice of New Eden, and until next time, I'll see you in space.
Bring on the wrecking machine. every city